Welcome to Creepy Vibes. Today we're digging deep into dusty garages, backwoods barns, and forgotten roadside sales across Texas. But these aren't just old knickknacks and broken clocks. These are 30 true Texas yard sale horror stories each, one soaked in mystery, fear, and the kind of dread that sticks to your bones. Some items carry more than just history. They carry something unnatural. But before we begin, here's something strange. Most viewers make one huge mistake: they leave without subscribing. And by doing that, they miss out on the darkest, creepiest tales that only the boldest dare to hear. Don't be one of them. Hit that subscribe button now, because tonight is just the beginning, and some of these cursed bargains, they never stop haunting the ones who took them home. Where are you watching from? And what time is it there? Drop it in the comments, because here at me, the night is just getting started, and the stories you're about to hear, they'll make you think twice before ever stopping at a yard sale again. Now, let's dive into the darkness. It was the kind of clock you'd see in an old schoolhouse or maybe a government building round. Simple, yellowed with age, and heavy as sign. I picked it up at an estate sale just outside Mission, Texas, where the dust hangs in the air like it's been suspended there since 1974, and the sun beats down hard enough to dry your bones. The sale was held in the dead man's backyard, tables full of knickknacks and tools rusted from the inside out. There were faded flags, army memorabilia, an oxygen tank beside a worn recliner someone had dragged out into the open like it didn't mean a damn thing anymore. The man, I was told, was a Vietnam vet who had died sitting upright in that very chair. Name was Earl Jennings. Lived alone. No kids, no wife. Just a long list of night terrors and the kind of silence only lonely men keep. I wasn't even looking for a clock. I'd come out to kill a Saturday and maybe pick up some old records or a decent wrench set. But there it was, sitting by itself on a folding table like it had been waiting for someone. The glass face was cracked near the edge, the hands frozen. At 4:37, and the back panel was half unscrewed. A sticky note on the front read, "Doesn't work." $2. I bought it anyway. It felt wrong in my hands. Too cold for something that had been sitting in the sun all morning. Still, I like the weight of it. Something about old things draws me in. They've lived through things you'll never understand. Brought it home, put it on the wall above the fireplace where a painting used to hang. For a week it was just that silent, unmoving. Every night, I'd pass it on the way to the kitchen for a drink and glance up at it. Still stuck on 4:37. But on the 8th night, something changed. I woke up at exactly midnight to the sound of ticking. Loud, deliberate, mechanical. I sat up in bed and stared into the dark. At first, I thought it might be my bedside alarm clock, but that one's digital and it doesn't tick. I got up, barefoot and half-dreaming, and followed the sound. It was coming from the living room. The clock was ticking. Steady. Loud. The kind of ticking that fills a room, like smoke, and the hands they'd moved. The second hand swept smoothly, in a way that shouldn't have been possible. I hadn't replaced the battery. I hadn't even opened the back. I stood there in my boxers, just staring at it, heart beating way too hard for something so stupid. It ticked for exactly 60 seconds, reaching 12:01 am. Then stopped. Silenced. I chalked it up to faulty mechanics. Maybe the heat. Old electronics did weird things sometimes. But it kept happening. Every night, exactly at midnight, it ticked for 1 minute, then stopped. Like it was alive. But only for that sliver of time. Then came the voices. The 11th night. Just as the ticking began, I heard it, faint, distant, almost like static from an old radio. At first, I thought it was coming from outside, maybe someone walking there. Dog or a late TV down the street, but it was inside. Low murmurs. Like a conversation I wasn't part of. I stood beneath the clock and listened. It wasn't English, or if it was garbled. Wet, slurred like someone speaking underwater. My skin crawled. The kind of instinctual horror you feel when you realize you've woken up not alone. I turned the lights on. Nothing. I started staying up, watching the clock tick, waiting for the voices. And each night, they got clearer. Still warped, still strange, but familiar in rhythm. Sometimes I'd catch single words. Fire. Down. Gone. One night, I swear I heard my own name. I did what any rational person would do. I took the clock off the wall, opened the back, and tore the old battery out. There shouldn't have been one, but there was corroded, leaking, crusted white. I tossed it and left the back open. That night, it still ticked. I hadn't put a new battery in. It ticked anyway. I tried to get rid of it. Drove out to an empty lot near the edge of town and threw it into a dumpster behind a gas station. Drove home, feeling stupid and relieved. The house was quiet again. For one night. Then the ticking returned. It woke me again at midnight. I staggered into the living room, and there it was hanging right back on the wall. The glass crack, the sticky note still clinging to the corner like it never left. The second hand moving, perfectly on time. My skin turned to ice. I didn't touch it. Just backed away and sat on the couch until sunrise. The next day, I drove out to the veteran's old property, just to see. The house had already been cleared out, but the neighbor, a hunched woman named Dolores, was out watering dead plants. Earl's clock, I said. You remember it? She glanced at me, then looked away. Shouldn't have taken that, she mumbled. What do you mean? She stopped watering. The hose kept running, puddling in the dirt. He said it ticked for him too. Only at midnight. Said he heard the voices of men he left behind. Said it knew what he did over there. I asked what she meant by that. She wouldn't say. Just shook her head and walked inside, left the hose running like she'd forgotten where she was. That night, I sat and watched the clock again. Midnight came. Tick, tick, then the voices. Not whispers now clear, a scream. I heard jungle sounds, helicopter blades, gunfire, someone shouting in pain. It played like a recording, one long minute of war. Then silence. I fell asleep on the floor. When I woke, my nose was bleeding. The next few nights, the voices grew louder. I couldn't sleep, couldn't think. They weren't just noises anymore. They were stories, confessions, men crying, pleading, screaming. Names, real names, towns I'd never heard of. And over it all, a new voice. Earl's. He told me what he did. How he left a man behind. Shot another who begged him not to. How he watched a village burn and said nothing. Every night, one more. Peace. One more sin. The clock became his mouth. His guilt. His hell. And then, it changed. It started showing me things. I'd wake from dreams I didn't recognize. Places I'd never been. Blood on my hands. A river that ran red. Faces of children with hollow eyes. The clock would tick and I'd remember things that never happened. Or maybe they hadn't happened yet. I'm writing this now with all the lights on. It's 11:42 p.m. I tried to leave the house. My truck wouldn't start. The doors won't open. My phone shows static. The clock knows. It ticks louder every night. It doesn't want me to forget whatever it's trying to show me. Maybe it doesn't matter what I did or didn't do. Maybe it's not about Earl anymore. Maybe it just needs someone to listen. Someone new to haunt. The second hand is moving now. Midnight is close. The oil painting had come from a weekend yard sale just outside Round Rock, off County Road 122, near where the live oaks stretch thin and crooked, and the grass never quite turns green. Meredith Caldwell had spotted it leaning against a rusting birdbath, its wooden frame thick with dust, the canvas tilted slightly in the shade, like it was trying to hide. She wasn't the kind of woman who went in for art, at least not since the divorce. But something about that painting pulled her like a string around the chest. It showed a girl, maybe 17, standing in a field of bluebonnets. The brushwork was old-fashioned, soft, almost dreamy. She wore a white dress, high-collared, the kind that probably hadn't been made since the 1930s. She had chestnut hair pinned up in a neat twist, and her eyes, those eyes were a warm, wet brown, wide and trusting. And her smile was soft and almost shy, the kind that made Meredith ache deep in the pit of her stomach. The woman selling it, a gray-haired thing with sun-baked skin and breath that reeked of mothballs, had looked at the painting like it was a dead pet. "That one?" she said. $10. Just take it." "I hate the damn thing." Meredith didn't ask why. She brought it home and hung it on the wall in the narrow hallway between the kitchen and the bathroom. The space had always felt too empty anyway, and the painting somehow fit there like it had been waiting. That first night, she passed it on her way to the bathroom and felt the girl's eyes following her. Not in a malicious way, just watchful, curious. Meredith even paused to look at her again, brushing her fingers over the lower corner of the frame. "Pretty." "Girl," she murmured, "what are you smiling about?" The next morning, she noticed something strange. The girl's dress looked slightly duller, like the paint had faded overnight. Her eyes didn't seem quite as lively, and her smile was still there, but thinner, like it had been etched with hesitation. Meredith figured she was just tired. Maybe the hallway light was different. Maybe it was her own mood. She hadn't slept well. By the second morning, she was sure. The girl had changed. She looked older. Subtly, yes, but older. There were new creases near the corners of her eyes, faint lines forming around the mouth. Her skin looked just a little less smooth, her posture slightly stiffer, and her smile was gone, not twisted or angry, just missing, like someone had painted it out with the flat edge of a palette knife. Meredith stared at the painting for nearly an hour. She even took it down and turned it over, searching for signs of tampering. The back was untouched. Same signature. E.M. Varner, 1934. That night, Meredith dreamed of the girl. She stood in the bluebonnet field, her white dress fluttering, but her eyes were blank, cloudy, and her mouth was sewn shut with black thread. Her hands were raised, trembling, reaching for Meredith as if pleading for something unspeakable. Meredith woke up gasping, her shirt damp with sweat. She didn't look at the painting that morning. By nightfall, she couldn't avoid it anymore. On her way to bed, she passed it again. The girl looked at least 35 now. There were faint hollows under her cheeks, the beginnings of crow's feet, and a gray streak in her hair that hadn't been there before. The bluebonnet field behind her looked drier, dust-tired. Something about the painting, its air, its feeling had curdled. It no longer felt dreamy. It felt trapped. That night, Meredith took it off the wall and shoved it in the attic. She wrapped it in an old bedsheet, stuffed it behind some boxes, and slammed the attic door, but she could still hear it. The soft, scratching sounds at night. Like fingernails against canvas. A week passed. The dreams didn't stop. Each night, the girl was older. The field was browner. The dress more tattered. Meredith finally snapped and pulled the painting out again. She couldn't help herself. When she unwrapped it, she dropped it with a gasp. Girl looked to be in her late 50s. Her hair was mostly gray, her face tired and full of despair. The field was gone. The background had turned into something else entirely, a dark room with no windows, only cracked wooden walls and a faint shape of something hanging in the background. A noose. Meredith fell to her knees. "What do you want from me?" she whispered. That night, she looked up the artist. E.M. Varner, 1934. Only one hit came up. A brief newspaper clipping from a now-defunct Round Rock publication. A teenage girl named Evelyn Mae Varner went missing in 1934. Last seen walking along Brushy Creek on her way to a portrait sitting for a local painter. She never made it. No body was ever found. The painter, Joseph Leary, was later suspected of improper behavior with several young women, but no charges were filed. He died in 1935 from a stroke. The portrait, according to the article, was never recovered. Meredith stared at the screen, her blood cold. She looked up at the painting. The girl now looked like she was in her 70s. Her eyes were sunken, her mouth open in a scream. The noose behind her had grown more visible, and the walls now dripped with what looked like blood. Meredith could feel something coming, a heaviness in the air. A presence in the house. The next night, she bolted awake. At 3:12 m. Her bedroom door was open, and the painting, it was sitting at the foot of her bed. She never brought it down. She screamed, but nothing came out. Her throat tightened like invisible fingers were squeezing it shut. The girl in the painting now looked exactly like she had in Meredith's last. Dream mouth sewn shut, eyes cloudy, hands pressed against the inside of the canvas, like it was glass. She was trying to get out. Meredith did the only thing she could. She drove, fast and wild, into the dark fields outside town, her headlights carving through the empty country night. She buried the painting behind the ruins of the old Leary farmhouse, under the cold stone of what used to be the foundation. She poured lighter fluid over the dirt and whispered a prayer. She hadn't spoken since childhood. And then she ran. The dream stopped. The house felt lighter. Weeks passed. Then months. Until yesterday, when a couple found an old oil painting for sale in a roadside flea market on the edge of Round Rock. A girl in a white dress, smiling softly, standing in a bluebonnet field. They bought it for $10. The woman who sold it smiled as they walked away, and in the back of her booth, wrapped in a dusty bedsheet, was a second painting. A girl in her 20s, frowning and aging fast. The lady had one of those sun-withered faces you only see west of the Pecos, like her skin had been sanded down by decades of wind and regret. She sat under a warped canvas umbrella in a dead little yard sale on the far edge of Van Horn, Texas. The folding table in front of her held a mess of sun-bleached toys, cracked tea sets, old rotted books whose titles were half-eaten by time, and the dollhouse. It wasn't even that big. Maybe 1.5 feet tall, pink and white with hand-painted shutters and tiny flower boxes. A little tilted, like it didn't like standing up straight, but even through the thick heat of that July morning, something about it felt cold. Like shade clung to it no matter how bright the sun got. I stared at it too long, maybe. She noticed. That was my granddaughter's, she said, her voice crackly like old wax paper. Used to play with it all the time before. Well, you know how little girls are. I didn't know what the hell she meant by that, but I nodded anyway. I was passing through town on my way to El Paso and just needed to stretch my legs. I didn't need a dollhouse. I wasn't even sure why my fingers were already reaching into my wallet. She sold it to me for $5 and didn't offer a bag. Just sat there watching as I carried it back to my car, her lips twitching like she wanted to say something else but decided not to. Should have asked more questions. The room I was staying in belonged to an old roadside motel called the Desert Crest, just outside town. Real dump-buzzing fluorescent lights, sheets that felt like plastic, and water that came out rust orange for the first few seconds. Still, it had a sea and a bed, which was more than the back seat of my car could offer. Placed the dollhouse on the table near the window. As soon as I set it down, it screamed. I'm not talking about wood creaking or the wind outside. I'm talking about a full-throated, ragged, high-pitched scream that filled the room so loud and so full of pain that I staggered back and slammed into the edge of the bed. It sounded like a little girl. No words, just raw, blistering terror. Then, silence. I stood frozen for a full minute. My ears were ringing, heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. I thought maybe the room next door had their TV up too loud. Or a kid was being beaten. Or a prank, yeah, that's what I told myself. A prank speaker or some sick toy with a sound chip. I inched toward the dollhouse again, leaned in real close, and brushed one of the windows with my finger. Screamed. This time I saw it. Through the tiny window, something moved. Something small and pale. Just for a second, a flicker, a blur, but I saw it. A shape darting past inside the house like a person. No, like a child. Running. I didn't touch it again. That night, I barely slept. Every time I turned over, I could feel the damn thing watching me. And that was the worst part, it wasn't even facing me. It was sitting by the window, like a kid waiting for someone to come home. Still, I could feel its attention on my back like a hot breath. Sometime around 3 a.m., I heard a soft rustling. I turned the light on. The little front door of the dollhouse was open. I was sure I'd closed it. I know I did. I got up trembling and peered inside. It looked like any other dollhouse interior: tiny chairs, a kitchen, a bed. But on the little table, where there had been nothing earlier, sat a miniature tea set. 4 cups. All full of something. Dark and thick. I took a step back and the dollhouse door slammed shut with a sharp, angry click. I grabbed my duffel, left the lights on, and slept in the car that night. In the morning, I called the front desk and told them I'd be gone for the day but was keeping the room. I drove back to where I'd found the lady in her yard sale, hoping to return the cursed thing and maybe get some kind of explanation. But the lot was empty. No tables, no umbrella, no signs anyone had been there at all. Just a patch of sunburn, grass, and a row of ants making their way across the cracked pavement. I asked around town. No one knew of any old woman selling toys. A gas station clerk said he'd lived in Van Horn all his life and never saw a yard sale there. He seemed genuinely confused when I described her. That was 3 days ago. Since then, things have gotten worse. I tried throwing it out. I left it in the motel dumpster, drove out to Sierra Blanca, and spent the day wandering around. When I got back, it was in the room again, sitting on the table, front door wide open, tea set out, this time with 5 cups. I haven't had visitors. I don't know who the 5th cup is for. Sometimes I hear it whispering now. Not words, not quite. Just little dry hissing noises, like a breath being pulled between teeth. Always from behind the door. And when I get too close, if I dare to touch it, it screams again. Louder now, longer. Like whatever's inside it is getting stronger. 2 nights ago, I woke to the sound of giggling. I sat up in bed and saw tiny footprints, wet ones on the carpet, leading from the dollhouse to my bed. I didn't sleep that night. Or the next. This morning, I found something worse. In the tiny kitchen inside the dollhouse, the fridge had been opened. There was something inside it. Something small, wrapped in red thread like butcher's twine. I couldn't see what it was. Without reaching in, IDN single quotes T. Tonight, I'm writing this from the motel lobby. The owner's son is letting me use their old computer. He's got music playing loud through his earbuds. Can't hear the soft sobbing from the bag sitting next to me. Yeah, I brought it with me. I didn't want to, but if I leave it behind, it always comes back. Somehow. But now I think it wants to go somewhere else. I saw a little girl in the parking lot earlier. Her mom was carrying bags. The girl kept glancing at the bag in my hand. Her eyes were wide, and she pointed at it like she recognized it. She smiled, and the bag wriggled, just a little, like something inside was excited. I'm afraid. I know what the fifth cup is for now, and I think I know what's inside that fridge. The cane was old. Cracked oak, whittled by hand, its crooked handle worn smooth by decades of use. I found it at an estate sale just outside Mineral Wells in a dust-choked barn half swallowed by the mesquites. The seller, an old man missing. 3 fingers didn't say much. Just stared at me with watery eyes and muttered, "Ain't no refunds on that one." He didn't laugh when he said it, and neither did I. I brought it home because it reminded me of my grandfather. Same gnarled wood, same heavy bottom end. I imagined it propped in the corner of my hallway, a rustic little detail in an otherwise bland rental house. I was between jobs, newly divorced, sleeping too much, drinking too much, and filling the cylinder. Silence with little comforts, like a cane. Like a memory. I didn't notice anything strange the first day, but that night, just past midnight, I heard a tap. Then another, soft, rhythmic, coming down the hallway. Tap. Tap. I sat up in bed, heart skipping. I live alone. No pets, no roommates. I reached for the bat I kept next to the bed, a habit left over from a bad break-in years ago, and crept to the door. Opened it slowly. Nothing. The cane was where I left it, standing in the corner near the front door. No sign of movement. No one outside the windows. Just the quiet hum of Texas heat settling in the walls. I told myself it was the house creaking. Just an old place settling. My landlord had warned me that Mineral Wells homes had their quirks. Pipes that groaned. Floorboards that shifted in the night. I went back to sleep. The next night, the tapping came again. Louder this time. Closer. Tap. The sound stopped just outside my bedroom door. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I swear I heard the wood flex, like the slow, stiff lean of a heavy object resting on an unseen shoulder. When I finally opened the door, the cane had moved. It stood in the middle of the hallway, tilted slightly forward, like it was in mid-step. I thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I had bumped it earlier. Maybe it had fallen and somehow landed upright. But the house didn't slope. And the cane, it wasn't designed to stand without support. I picked it up. It was cold, colder than the room around it. And the handle, that smoothed down grip, felt wet, not slick with water. Wet like breath, like spit, like something had been holding it tight. I shoved it into the hall closet and locked the door. The next morning, it was back in the corner. I didn't open the closet to check. I didn't have to. I knew what I'd find. Nothing. Just a dark space, with a faint scent of mildew and pine. That day I drove to the old man's property to return the thing. But the barn was gone, burned to the ground. Nothing left but scorched dirt and a crooked mailbox. No one around. Not even a bird in the sky. I started drinking more after that. At night, the tapping came regularly. Always at midnight. Always starting. At the far end of the hallway and coming closer. I began counting the steps. 14 from the front door to my bedroom. 14 soft, deliberate taps. On the 7th night, I didn't lock my bedroom door. I sat in the dark and waited. No bat. No flashlight. Just me and the sound. Tap. That threshold. I saw the shadow fall across my floor. Tall. Bent. Like a man leaning heavily on one side. I whispered, "What do you want?" No answer. The cane tipped forward, gently tapped the hardwood once, then stood still. The next morning I woke up with bruises down my ribs, as if something had been pressing into me over and over. I called a preacher from the town's edge. the kind that does house cleansings and speaks in tongues. He came in a red truck with a cracked windshield and sweat stains under both arms. Walked the house with a Bible in one hand and a flask in the other. This ain't just a spirit, he told me. This is residue. Something old. Something that wore flesh a long time ago and didn't like losing it. I asked him what to do. He stared at the cane, then at me. Don't use it. Don't touch it. Don't speak to it. And for God's sake, don't invite it. That night, I drank until I passed out. 3:13 a.m. I woke to the sound of scratching. Not at the walls, under the bed. The cane wasn't in the hallway anymore. It was laying across my chest. When I opened my eyes, I screamed, tossed it across the room. It didn't hit the wall. It stopped mid-air, hovered, and slowly lowered to the floor. I left that house the next day, moved into a small apartment above a liquor store in Weatherford. Clean, new, carpeted. I didn't take the cane with me, or so I thought. 2 nights ago, I heard a sound on the stairs. Tap, 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 the apartment manager says, I'm the only one on the second floor. The tenant below me died last year. Broke his neck in the bathtub. Fell trying to reach for something, or so they say. Last night, I found the cane in my closet again. The same one. Cracked oak. Crooked handle. This time, it wasn't standing. It was leaning. Waiting. The motel room in La Grange was the kind that looked clean until you ran your finger along the dresser or pulled back the shower curtain. I wasn't there for luxury. I was there because my car gave up halfway between Austin and Houston, and the mechanic across from the Chevron told me it'd take at least until morning to get the part. It was late September, the kind of sticky Texas evening that makes you feel like the air's leaning on your skin. The motel clerk, an old woman with cataracts and fingernails stained tobacco yellow, slid a key across the desk without speaking. Her hand trembled a little as she did it. I remember thinking she looked like she wanted to warn me. Maybe she did, in her own way. But I was tired, broke, and didn't have room for weirdness. Room 11 smelled faintly of vinegar and something older, deeper, like rot that had learned to hide. The lamp buzzed when I turned it on, casting shadows that danced on the wood-paneled walls. I set my bag down and noticed something on the knit stand. It hadn't been there when I came in. A thick, leather-bound Bible. Old, real old. The kind you see locked in display cases at antique shops or museums. Its black cover was cracked like dried riverbeds, and the gold cross embossed on the front had nearly worn away. Curious, I picked it up. It was heavier than it should have been. The pages were brittle, yellowed with age, but when I opened it to the book of Genesis, something fell out. Not paper. Not a bookmark or a photo. Teeth. A handful of molars, real and stained with time. 6 of them. I could tell right away they weren't fake. They had that enamel sheen, dull but unmistakable. The roots were still intact. I don't know why I touched one, but I did, and when I did, the lamp in the corner of the room flickered just for a second. My breath caught in my throat. I should have gone to the front desk right then. I should have tossed the teeth back into the Bible, closed it, and walked out. But there was something about it that kept me still. Like I'd touched a thread and the other end was tugging back. I leaned in and looked at the inside cover of the Bible. There was handwriting, faded and hard to read. To be returned upon payment. Do not forget what he gave. The he was capitalized. The rest of the page had a list of names, first names, last initials. Dates next to them. All of the dates were in the past. Some over 100 years old. But the last entry had no date. Just Nathan B. I don't know why, but my heart started pounding. My full name is Nathan Blake. I put the Bible down and backed away. The teeth still sat where they fell, like they were waiting for me to decide what to do with them. I opened the door to leave, but it wouldn't budge. I jiggled the knob, turned the deadbolt, even tried ramming my shoulder into it. Nothing. It was as if the door wasn't just locked. It wasn't a door anymore. Then the lights went out. I stood frozen in the dark, only the faint neon glow from the Chevron sign across the highway leaking in through the thin curtains. I could still see the teeth on the bedspread. They gleamed faintly, like they were wet. I told myself to sit down, breathe, just ride out the night. I was being dramatic. Maybe the door had swollen from the humidity. Maybe the old wiring couldn't handle the AC and the lights at the same time. I sat on the bed, but the mattress sank more than it should have. I felt like I was being pulled into it. I stood back up, and that's when I heard it, a whisper. From inside the Bible. It wasn't in English. It wasn't even a language I could place. It was like someone was breathing syllables too slowly, stretched out. Consonants and groaning vowels that curled around the room like smoke. The Bible shook slightly where it sat on the table. Then it opened by itself, pages fluttering until it landed somewhere deep in Leviticus. The text had changed. No verses, no numbers. Just one line in red ink. Give back what was promised. My mouth was dry as dust. I ran to the bathroom, flipped the light switch. It worked in there, for some reason, and splashed water on my face. When I looked in the mirror, I saw something that made my skin crawl. My gums were bleeding. I opened my mouth wider. A molar bottom. Right was loose, not just a little, wobbling like a baby tooth. Another on the left side too. And I hadn't been having dental problems, not that I knew of. I pressed a finger against one, and it slipped out easily, no pain. Just a wet pop. I dropped it in the sink. It looked just like the others, yellowing, the root long and complete, like it had been waiting inside me for the right time to come out. I stumbled back into the room. The Bible was closed now, and the teeth were gone. I didn't sleep that night. The power came back a little before dawn, and when I tried the door again, it opened like normal. No resistance. Like nothing had happened. Left without checking out. I walked across the road to the mechanic's garage, and he was there, drinking coffee and wiping grease from his hands like he hadn't just left me in some nightmare of a place. "You sleep all right?" he asked, not looking up. "Yeah, I..." "Lid." He nodded. "People don't like that motel. Don't know why. Just a feeling, I guess." I asked him how long the motel had been there. He said as far back as he could remember. Before he was born. Said some people in town believe it used to be something else. A church, maybe, or a poorhouse. No one knew for sure, just that it was old. Real old. I drove away as soon as he handed me the keys. I didn't stop for gas until I was nearly in Conroe. When I got out to fill up, I looked in the rearview mirror. Another molar was gone. My gums had sealed up like it was never there. And in the Q folder, sitting beside my phone, was the Bible. I never brought it into the car. I never touched it after that night. But there it was, sitting like it had always belonged to me. I opened it. Genesis again. The teeth were back. Only now. There were 7. It was a Tuesday morning when I found the coat. The Harlingen flea market was still quiet. When I got there, rows of vendors half awake under faded pop-up tents, sipping from styrofoam cups and trying to look like they gave a damn. The sun hadn't burned off the coastal fog yet, and the whole place smelled like old wood, rusted metal, and pork tamales. I wasn't looking for anything special. Just killing time, walking between tables littered with glass ashtrays, VHS tapes, yellowed baby. Dolls with no eyes. The usual junk. Then I saw a. It was hanging from a rusted clothes rack beside an old man's trailer, olive drab green, frayed at the sleeves, brass buttons dulled to a greasy brown. A vintage army jacket. Vietnam era. No name patch, no insignias. Just a strip of thread where a name might have been. Dusty, sure, but solid. Heavy, like it had weathered a lot. How much? I asked Dot. The old man didn't look up. His face was leathery, the skin tight across sharp cheekbones, and his left. I had a milky film over it. 10. $10? He nodded once, slow, like it took effort. It's yours, but you don't bring it back, I laughed. Why would I bring it back? The man didn't smile. Make no refunds. I handed him a crumpled 10 and walked off, with the jacket slung over my shoulder. It felt weirdly warm, like it had been sitting in the sun all morning, but the sky was still gray. And when I pressed it to my nose, just out of curiosity, I caught a strange, rotting scent, subtle but sour, like wet meat left in a cooler too long. I figured it was just old fabric, musty, the kind of thing a wash would fix. I should have thrown it away right then. I wore it for the first time that night. There was a chill in the air, rare for late spring in Harlingen, but the wind off the Gulf sometimes came cold and fast. I was walking home from the gas station, a six-pack in one hand, jacket zipped up, hands shoved deep in the pockets. The streets were quiet, not deserted, just sleepy, like the whole town was dozing under a film of dust. Streetlights flickered. The breeze carried the smell of salt and something else, something metallic, maybe. I took a shortcut through the brush, behind the drainage canal. That's when I heard a Dot screaming. At first, I thought it was some kids late night, troublemakers out screwing around, but the sound was wrong. Raw, like pain, panic. I stopped walking and turned my head, listening. The screaming came again, closer now. And then I saw it, a trench, a wide, muddy trench right there in the tall grass, stretching like a scar under the moonlight. It hadn't been there before. I'd cut through that path 100 times and never seen so much as a ditch. But there it was. Earth piled high on both sides, steam rising from the mud. And inside, men. Soldiers. They were crawling over each other, bleeding, howling, their faces smeared with dirt and terror. One of them looked up at me, his helmet cracked in half, blood pouring down his temple. He reached a hand toward me and screamed, "Medic!" I stumbled back, heart punching through my ribs. The beer slipped from my grip and shattered on the rocks. I blinked hard, and in the next second the trench was gone. Just grass. Just the empty dirt path under a flickering street lamp. I stood there for what felt like an hour, jacket zipped to my throat, my skin crawling like it was covered in ants. I ran home and tore the coat off, threw it in the corner of my room, like it was on fire. But that smell. It was stronger now. Rot, death, like something had died inside the lining and was slowly leaking out. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I chalked the whole thing up to exhaustion. I was tired, maybe dehydrated. Hallucinations happen. But the coat still sat there, crumpled in the corner like a sleeping dog. I picked it up to toss it in the trash, but something made me pause. Pockets felt heavier. I reached into one and pulled out a photograph, black and white, faded, folded, wet at the corners. 3 young soldiers smiling at the camera, their arms around each other. One of them, I swear to God, looked just like me. Same nose, same eyes, same damn scar under the chin I got from falling off my bike. When I was 12, I checked the other pocket and found a bullet casing. Just one, old, tarnished. When I touched it, I got a flash just for a split second of jungle. Smoke, screams. A man in front of me, blown in half, guts steaming on the ground. I dropped the casing and fell to my knees, puking hard enough to make my nose bleed. After that, things got worse. Every time I put the jacket on, it got colder. Not just the fabric, the air around me. People at the diner would shiver when I walked in. A waitress dropped her tray and whispered Jesus Christ under her breath when she looked at me. My own dog wouldn't come near me if I had the coat. An just growled from the corner like I'd turned into a stranger, and the trench came back. Not just when I walked through the brush, but everywhere. I'd be driving down Route 77 and see it in the ditch beside the road soldiers writhing in agony. I'd be sitting at the bar, glance in the mirror behind the liquor bottles, and see it stretching behind me through the bottles of whiskey and rum. The worst was in my dreams. I was there, in the trench, every night, mud up to my knees, rifle in my hands, bullets hissing overhead like hornets. I didn't have control over my body. I moved like a puppet, ducking, screaming, stabbing with a bayonet into a man's throat. A man who begged me in perfect English to stop. I could feel the warmth of his blood on my face. I'd wake up soaked in sweat, fists clenched around invisible metal. I tried burning the coat, built a fire pit in my backyard and soaked it in gasoline. But the damn thing wouldn't catch. The flames danced around it, licked at it, but never touched it. When I pulled it out, it wasn't even warm. And the smell, oh God, the smell was worse than ever, like it had just come fresh from a corpse's. I went back to the flea market. The old man wasn't there. No trailer, no clothes rack. Just an empty patch of dirt where his stand had been. The other vendors said no one had seen him in weeks. Some claimed he never existed at all. That was a month ago. I still have the jacket. I've tried dumping it in the canal, leaving it by the railroad tracks, even burying it under 6 feet of dirt in the woods north of town. It always comes back. Always shows up on my bed, folded, clean, smelling like death. Last night, I found blood on the sleeves, not mine. This morning, I woke up with mud on my boots and a new scar down my forearm I don't remember getting. I don't know what's happening to me, but I think the jacket's wearing me now. And when I close my eyes, I see the trench again, closer this time, and the men inside are starting to call me by name. She was sitting on a weather-warped wooden shelf at a roadside antique stall just outside Brenham, Texas. Nestled between rusted milk cans and a cracked ceramic rooster, she looked forgotten. Her once pink dress faded to a dusty peach, her porcelain. Skin webbed with hairline fractures. One of her eyes, those old-fashioned glass marbles that blinked when tilted, was gone, leaving only an empty socket staring upward. The other eye was clouded but faintly blue, and it watched me. I don't know why I picked her up. Maybe it was the way the sun hit her through the cracked barnwood slats, or the odd weight of her in my hands heavier than she looked. Maybe it was the chill that came over me when I touched her, the kind that makes you second-guess what you were doing but not enough to stop. The woman at the booth, older than the hills, with a smoker's rasp and cataracts thick as milk, gave me a look when I brought the doll to the register. Not fear, not warning, just tired recognition. "That one's not for sale," she said flatly, like reading a menu she didn't care for. It was on the shelf. I didn't put her there. She got a price tag. She shouldn't. I stood there a moment, unsure. I was about to turn and leave her there, but then the old woman sighed, reached for the tag, and tore it off. $10. Don't say I didn't warn you. Back then I was living in a little rental house on the outskirts of Brenham. A white clapboard place with creaky floors and thin windows. The kind of house where the wind could whisper your name if you were up too late. I didn't have much in the way of furniture, just a thrifted couch, a rattling fridge, and a mattress on the floor, but the doll ended up on a shelf in the bedroom right above my bed. I was half joking to myself when I set her there. Maybe I thought she'd make a good prop for Halloween. Or maybe I wanted to spook someone. But truth is, I was living alone and drinking too much, and I had too much time to sit in silence and listen to my own brain. The first night, I woke to a sound like dripping. Not water. Not quite. Something heavier. I sat up, ears straining. The room was shadowed, pale moonlight through the blinds striping the walls. The doll sat in the exact same position I left her in, her one eye aimed squarely at me. I turned on the lamp. Nothing. Just a still room and the faint hum of my refrigerator through the wall. It wasn't until the next morning that I saw it. A dark spot on the pillow. Damp. I touched it. Wet, salt water. I thought at first, then dismissed the idea. My nose bled sometimes in my sleep. Maybe that was it. But there was no redness, no scent, just water. And I hadn't cried. I knew I hadn't cried. The second night, the dripping woke me again. And this time, I swear I heard something softer beneath it. A sound like breath hitching, like a baby trying to stifle a sob. I turned on the light so fast I nearly knocked the lamp over, and there she was, the doll, only now. Her face looked different. Her mouth, which had been just a painted line, seemed parted, not broken, not chip-changed. And beneath her one glass eye, a streak of wetness had pooled at the corner of her face and run down her porcelain cheek. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I moved her out to the living room. In the morning, set her on the mantel, facing the wall. That night, the dripping didn't stop. It started before I even fell asleep, as soon as I turned off the light. And this time, it was louder, rhythmic, like tears hitting wood. I walked into the living room, turned the doll around. Her dress was soaked. Tiny little spots of water dotted the front. And beneath her head on the mantel, a small puddle had formed. I tossed her in the trash the next morning. Didn't even hesitate. I threw her in and watched the lid slam shut. Drove away to work, feeling that electric relief you get after doing something right, even if you don't understand it. But that night, when I came home, she was on the couch, sitting upright, head tilted slightly, one glass eye glinting. I stood in the doorway for 5 full minutes, keys in hand, heart hammering. In my chest. I hadn't seen a single person in my neighborhood all day. My landlord was out of town. No one had a key. I didn't go inside. Instead, I drove back out to the antique stand. The old woman wasn't there, but her trailer sat behind the booth. I knocked, hard. After a long minute, the door cracked open. She looked at me with that same tired, worn-down stare. I threw her out, I said, but she came back. She always does, the woman said, and closed the door. I didn't sleep at home that night. Stayed at a motel off 290, just a cheap room with buzzing lights and a TV bolted to the dresser. But even there, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Kept looking at the closet, listening for sounds that shouldn't be there. At some point, I drifted off, and I woke up crying got hot, wet tears streaming down my cheeks, my chest heaving like a child. I hadn't cried in years, and it wasn't sadness. It wasn't pain. It was fear. Deep, choking fear, like something had reached into my chest and wrung it out like a sponge. I looked at the clock. 3:12 a.m. The room was dark except for the orange glow of the parking lot light through the curtains. And there, at the foot of the bed, was the doll. She wasn't sitting. She was standing. That same damp spot had spread across her dress, and the carpet beneath her feet was soaked. I could smell the salt. Could taste it. I ran. Didn't even put on shoes. Drove barefoot. All the way to the edge of town and just kept going. I didn't stop until I crossed into Chapel Hill. Called a friend. Slept on their floor. But even then, I dreamed of her. Her one glassy eye. Her outstretched arms. The weight of her presence pressing against my ribs. Over the next week, I moved in with my sister. Told her I was just passing through town. I didn't tell her why. But one morning, she found a doll in her guest room, sitting upright on the windowsill, missing one eye. Soaked in tears, she asked if it was mine. I told her no. We burned it that night. Took it out to the field behind her house, poured gasoline over it, and watched it turn to blackened dust. The smell was awful. Not just burning plastic or fabric, but something deeper, like scorched meat. Like grief, if grief had a smell. After that, things were quiet. For a while. But 2 nights ago, I was driving through Brenham again. Had to get gas. Pulled off the highway, same road, same old stretch of antique stalls, and I swear to God, she was back on the shelf, sitting, waiting, still missing one eye, and smiling. The first time I heard the music box play, I thought I was dreaming. The house in Rockport had been in our family for generations. A whitewashed Victorian on stilts with a wraparound porch, slatted shutters, and the kind of creaking bones that made it impossible to tell if someone was walking up the stairs or if it was just the wind settling in. My grandmother, Luella, lived there until she passed, and for years afterward, it sat quiet gathering dust, holding its breath. No one in the family wanted to sell it, but no one wanted to live in it either. It was too full of her humming, of her superstitions, of the way she'd sit up in her old armchair and stare at nothing for long stretches of time, eyes blinking like they were adjusting to something only she could see. When she died, the coroner listed the time of death as 2:17 a.m. I remember it clearly because I was the one who found her. I'd come down to visit for the weekend, and she'd told me before I left the room that night, "You might hear music in the early hours. Don't be afraid, it's just the house remembering." That phrase stuck with me, even though I laughed it off at the time, but that night, and every night since, exactly at 2:17 a.m., the music box plays. No one ever found a key. The box itself is small, cherry wood, the corners worn smooth from years of being handled. The lid is inlaid with a mother-of-pearl crescent moon, and inside is a little ballerina, except she's not dancing. Her limbs are too stiff. Her eyes, once delicately painted, have faded into cloudy pits. She leans ever so slightly forward, like she's straining to hear something far away. The song it plays isn't one I recognize. It's not Twinkle Twinkle or Greensleeves or any of the common lullabies. It's slow, sad, and slightly off-key, like it's being played underwater. The melody rises in odd intervals, with a warble to it that makes the hairs on the back of your neck lift, not from nostalgia, but from unease. I moved into the house a month after she passed, mostly because no one else would. My job allowed remote work, and I figured it would be a peaceful place to focus. Besides, it felt wrong to let it sit empty, like I'd be abandoning her all over again. The first few nights were fine. Windy, sure. The house moaned like an old woman with bad knees, but that was normal for coastal places. It wasn't until the 5th night that I heard the music again. I'd stayed up late working. At exactly 2:17 a.m., the sound floated up the staircase like a whisper. I froze, my fingers still on the keyboard. The tune twisted its way through the hall, so faint I thought it might be my imagination. But then I followed it downstairs. The box was sitting open on the mantel, just like always. I tried to lock it earlier that week. I had even taped it shut. But there it was, lid wide, ballerina slowly turning. I didn't sleep after that. Every night. It played. Exactly 2:17 a.m. The worst part? The music wasn't always the same. The melody was, but the way it sounded changed. Sometimes it played slow and mournful, like it was grieving. Sometimes it sped up, shrill and erratic, like it was panicking. Once, it didn't sound like a music box at all. It sounded like a child humming it. I started to keep notes. I wrote down everything. The weather, my mood, what I ate that day, how the music felt. There was no pattern, except for the time. Always 2:17 a.m. I reached out to a local antiques appraiser. She came one afternoon, an older woman with bright red lipstick and thick glasses. When I showed her the box, she paused. "Where did you say you got this?" "It was my grandmother's." She touched the ballerina lightly, then closed the lid. "There's no winding mechanism, no spring, nothing that should make it play." I told her it still did. Every night, she laughed politely, said it was probably just a trick of the ears. But when I insisted, she agreed to stay the night. We waited in silence. Sitting in the parlor with the lights off. At 2:17 a.m., the music began. She didn't say a word. She just stood slowly, walked over to the box, and stared down at it like it was something poisonous. Then she turned to me. "You need to leave this house." "Why?" I asked, my voice smaller than I meant it to be. "Because that song, it isn't music. Not really." "What do you mean?" "It's a summoning." I laughed. I actually laughed. It felt ridiculous, but she didn't. That melody is old. Not from here, not from now. It's meant to call something. And if it keeps playing, one day it's going to answer. She left before sunrise. I didn't sleep after that either. The next few nights, I tried recording it. I set up cameras, microphones, motion detectors, anything I could think of. But the recordings were always blank. Just silence. Only I could hear it. Then I started dreaming about the ballerina. In my dreams, she moved. Her limbs clicked with the sound of bones grinding. Her eyes bled black tears. She whispered the tune to me in the dark, over and over again, and the box wasn't just on the mantel anymore. It was in my bed, on my chest, on my pillow. I started to lose time, waking up in places I didn't remember going. Once, I found myself in the attic, the box clutched in my hands. Humming. Then came the night the music changed. It started as usual 2:17 a.m. But this time, it stopped midway through. Just cut off. Silence. Then, 3 slow knocks on the front door. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Another 3 knocks. I waited until dawn before opening it. No one was there. But on the porch, someone had written in the salt air condensation on the glass pane, "You called." That night, I burned the box, took it down to the marsh behind the house, doused it in lighter fluid, and set it ablaze. It screamed, not loudly, not like a person. But I heard it, and I felt it, something tearing loose, something stretching, thin and furious like a wet hide being peeled back. I left Rockport the next morning, moved inland, started therapy, found religion, anything to make sense of it. But even now, years later, I still wake up at 2:17 a.m., and sometimes just barely. I hear the lullaby again. Every morning, without fail, it had moved. Not far, just a few inches, once from the windowsill to the floor, another time from the mantel to the kitchen table. Once it showed up halfway down the hallway, sitting stiff and proud in the center of the old braided rug like it had somewhere to be and nowhere to hide. But it moved. I bought the clown for $1 at a Sunday flea market just off Highway 46, in the lot behind a boarded-up Dairy Queen in New Braunfels. I didn't even like clowns, hell. I hated them. But something about the way this one looked, I don't know. The glaze on its red mouth had cracked, making its smile look jagged. The face was pale as bone china, its eyes hand-painted too. Wide, too bright blue, like they were surprised by everything they saw. It wore a faded yellow ruffle around its neck, and one of its hands held a balloon on a bent metal wire. I picked it up, turned it over, saw no maker's mark, just dirt and an odd stain near the base. It was cold. Colder than it should have been under that sun. The old woman at the table hadn't said a word, just took my dollar with fingers that looked like dead twigs, all warped and crooked. She gave me a tight, knowing smile and I remember thinking she looked too dry, like she'd been dried out from the inside. I brought the clown home and set it on the fireplace mantel. Thought maybe I'd smash it later or toss it in the trash, if it creeped me out too much. But then that night, I had trouble sleeping. Woke up twice, once at 2:14, again at 3:03, and both times I could swear I heard faint porcelain clicking sounds, like dishes tapping together gently in a cupboard. I told myself it was the pipes, or the neighbor's dog again. The next morning, the clown was on the kitchen table. Now, I live alone. No pets, no kids. I don't even keep the windows cracked. But there it was, sitting politely in the center of the table, grinning like it knew something I didn't. I laughed, out loud. A nervous, forced laugh. Told myself I must have moved it and forgotten. Maybe I did it half asleep. That happens, right? I picked it up and moved it back to the mantel. Next morning, it was on the hallway shelf outside my bedroom. I remember freezing in the doorway. That damn balloon wire was tilted just a little differently. The smile seemed wider, like more teeth had cracked into the glaze overnight. But that couldn't be. That night, I locked the thing in my tool chest. Big red rolling box with drawers that snap shut tight and a top that latches. I shoved the clown deep in the bottom drawer next to the socket wrenches and shut the whole thing up. I even wheeled it into the garage and put a padlock on the side door. In the morning, it was sitting on my couch. I screamed. I won't lie. It wasn't loud, it was tight, choked, stuck in my throat. I remember backing up so fast I tripped over the coffee table and knocked my shin black and blue. It was just sitting there, grinning, leaning forward a little more than it had before. Balloon wire lifted higher, like it was waving hello. I drove to the Guadalupe River that afternoon, went out on the dock behind where my friend Mark used to keep his fishing boat. I tied a rock to the clown, wrapped it up in a ratty pillowcase, and threw it as far into the water as I could. I watched it sink. I waited 10 minutes. That night I dreamed about drowning. Woke up coughing, half convinced water was pouring out of my nose. Everything in my bedroom was damp. The floor, the sheets. The ceiling above the bed had drip lines like something had leaked down from inside it. And on the knit stand, perched like it had been watching me sleep, was the clown. Same cracked grin. Same balloon. Except this time, there was a smear of algae down the side of its face, and the faint smell of river mud filled the room. I don't remember getting the hammer. I only remember hitting it, over and over again. Its head cracked first, then the torso. I screamed while I smashed it. Bits of ceramic flew everywhere. A shard sliced my palm. Another flew up and stuck in my cheek. But I didn't stop until it was just a mess of powder and jagged pieces. I swept it up. I burned what I could in the fire pit. Buried the rest in a trash bag 3 feet deep in the backyard. That night, I slept better, for a day. On the third day, I came home from work, walked into my kitchen, and nearly passed out. The clown was sitting on the counter, unbroken, whole, grinning wider than before. The balloon wire was twisted in a spiral now, like it was beckoning me closer. I didn't go near it. Instead, I checked the backyard. The hole was still there, empty, like something had clawed up from inside it. The burn pit was cold, undisturbed. Left the house that night. Booked a motel on the edge of town, out by a field where the cell phone signal dies halfway through a call. I didn't sleep. Just sat on the bed staring at the door, expecting to hear porcelain clicking against the tile. At dawn, I returned. House was quiet. Too quiet. I stepped inside slowly. Looked around. No clown. I thought maybe, finally, it was done. I laughed. I cried. Both at once. I made coffee, sat on the back porch, tried to feel human again. Then I looked up. There it was. On the roof, perched like a gargoyle. Facing me, grinning. I left again. This time I didn't pack. I just drove. Got out past Seguin, then Lulling. Then I just kept going until the trees got thick and the land went flat and unfamiliar. I didn't go. Home for 2 days. When I did, the clown was in the fridge, just sitting there between the milk and the mustard, covered in condensation. The balloon wire was poking up into the egg tray. I've burned it 3 more times. Crushed it. Buried it. Shot it with my old. .3 8. Every time it comes back. The smile always a little bigger. The face always a little more alive. Last night, I woke up and it was in bed with me. Its cold ceramic fingers were resting against my throat. I don't know what it wants. I don't know what I did. I think it wants to wear my face. I can feel it. Watching me even when it isn't in the room. I've stopped seeing it, but the house isn't empty. The lights flicker when I pass. The floor creaks when I sleep. Sometimes in the mirror, I see its reflection standing behind me even when nothing's there. If I disappear, don't come looking. If you ever see a clown like that for sale cheap, pale, cracked grin, blue eyes too bright, don't touch it. Don't even look too long. And for the love of God, never bring it home. It started a few weeks after I moved to Crockett, Texas, a quiet town surrounded by thick pines and the kinds of rusting back roads where time forgets to check in. I'd rented an old farmhouse about 7 miles east of town off Highway 287. The kind of place that had history written all over it, wooden floors that groaned like they had secrets, wallpaper older than the century, and an attic door that refused to open no matter how hard I pulled. I moved there to write in peace, to get away from the noise of Houston and the noise in my head. I'd brought my dog Duke, a black lab mix with a good nose and a bad attitude when it came to strangers. We were settling in just fine, until the key showed up. The first time I found it was after a walk through the pine trails behind the house. I'd gone looking for inspiration, and Duke had been sniffing like mad, his ears twitching like he heard things I couldn't. When we came back, there it was on the kitchen counter, a rusted iron key, old as hell, rough to the touch, like it had been buried for decades. I didn't remember seeing it earlier. I figured maybe it fell out of a box during the move or had been stuck in the back of a drawer. I left it on the windowsill next to a dusty cactus. The next morning, it was gone. I didn't think much of it until that night when I took my boots off and found the same key, same rust, same strange pattern at the head, like a snake curled around a nail wedge deep in the toe of my left boot. My foot had been in there all day and I hadn't felt it. Not once. It chilled me, that weird realization. I stood there staring at it for a long time, trying to think if maybe I was losing it. I threw it outside that time. Flung it hard into. The trees behind the shed heard it hit something. Maybe a rock or the rusted frame of the old swing set out there. That night, Duke wouldn't stop barking. Low, growling barks, the kind he only used when something wasn't right. Not a squirrel or a deer, this was different. He stood at the back door, tail stiff, ears flat, barking like hell at the darkness. Nothing was there. I checked with a flashlight. Checked again with a .38 in hand. Still nothing. The woods were quiet, too quiet. I brought him inside and locked everything up tight. In the morning, I found the key on my pillow, right next to my head. Same one, no doubt about it. I stopped sleeping after that. For days, it showed up in strange places. Under my pillow. In the fridge. Inside the microwave. Once it was balanced perfectly on the rim of my coffee mug. I tried everything, burning it, hammering it flat, driving it into a tree like a nail, but it wouldn't bend or break or even heat up. It was cold, always. Cold like it had just been pulled from a deep grave. Duke got worse too. He paced at night, his nails clicking on the floor, whining low like he wanted to dig into the walls. He wouldn't go near the attic door, wouldn't even look at it. Every time he passed it, His hackles rose and his tail went between his legs. That door still wouldn't open. It had no keyhole, just a tarnished brass knob that spun loosely in either direction. Like it was never meant to open at all. Then came the scratching. It started faint. Like a mouse. Then louder, then worse. It sounded like something was clawing on the other side of the attic door, something angry. Something with long nails and no patience. I sat up in bed listening to it one night while Duke barked his throat raw downstairs, and I swear I heard it whisper. Just once, my name. I tried leaving. Packed a bag and loaded Duke in the truck. The engine wouldn't turn over. Battery was fine. Nothing visibly wrong. I called for a tow and no one showed up. Not once. Not the mechanic in town, not the sheriff. When I called to report the scratching noises, not even the damn realtor who sold me this death trap. I stopped calling after a while. I decided to sleep downstairs after that. I locked the bedroom, dragged the couch into the living room. But that didn't help. Duke started barking before midnight, and this time he wouldn't stop. I got up, opened the back door, thinking maybe there really was someone out there. And that's when I saw them. Figures, barely there. Out by the tree line, just standing, not moving. 5 or 6 shapes. No flashlights, no phones, no sound. They just stood there like they were watching something, waiting. My flashlight flickered when I pointed it at them. I slammed the door, locked it, pulled the curtains shut. The key was in my hand. I don't know how it got there. I don't remember picking it up. I threw it across the room, screamed into the empty house, and Duke just stared at me with those terrified eyes like he already knew I was gone. I tried the attic door again, out of desperation. This time, it opened. It creaked open slow, like it was waking up. The air that came down was cold, damp, heavy with the smell of rot and wet stone. The stairs groaned under my weight as I went up, flashlight in one hand, gun in the other, Duke growling low behind me. The beam caught dust dancing in the air, thick like fog. Then the light hit the far wall, writing all over it, scratched into the wood, deep, frantic letters, layer upon layer. Some in English, some not. Most just one word, key, and there were pictures too. Crude drawings of doors, open graves, bleeding eyes, a dog hanging upside down from a hook. I turned to run and the door slammed shut behind me. Duke barked wildly on the other side, and I banged on the door, screaming his name, but it wouldn't open again. The attic was swallowing light. My flashlight dimmed until it died, and the cold got worse. And I realized I wasn't alone up there. There was breathing in the corner, low, ragged, wet. It moved toward me. I don't remember much after that. When I woke up, it was morning. The attic door was wide open. Duke was sitting at the bottom of the stairs, tail thumping like nothing had happened. My flashlight was back in my pocket, working fine, but I wasn't the same. The key was inside my mouth when I woke up. I've tried. Leaving again, 100 different ways. Every road circles back. GPS fails. I get lost in my own driveway. The town doesn't remember selling me the house. My calls don't go through. No one answers the door when I go into Crockett now. It's like I'm already dead and no one told me. Duke's quiet these days. Just stares at walls and sometimes growls at the ceiling. The attic is sealed again. I nailed it shut, taped it, screwed steel plates over the frame. But some nights, I still hear the scratching. And the whispers. And the key. It keeps coming back. Even. Now. It's here on my desk as I write this. And I think it's starting to fit something. Something inside me. I found the portrait at a yard sale just off Farm to Market Road 678, a few miles outside Gainesville. The house was old, whitewood bleached to gray, porches sagging. The kind of place that looked abandoned even when it wasn't. The woman running. The sail was gaunt and jittery, with shaking hands and eyes that kept darting toward the upstairs windows, like she was waiting for something or someone to show up. She didn't say much, just nodded when I asked about the frame. $5 for the photo, frame and all. I wasn't looking for anything in particular. Just driving, trying to get away from a string of sleepless nights and the kind of low-level depression that clings to you like humidity in a Texas summer. I liked old things. They had weight, history. They'd outlived their owners. That comforted me somehow. The portrait was a black and white, probably taken in the 1950s. A mother, a father, 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, all standing stiffly in front of what looked like a house not unlike the one I found it in. The mother wore pearls. The father had a tight haircut and a hand on his son's shoulder like he was trying to press him into the ground. Everyone was smiling, but not with their eyes. I didn't notice the shadow until I got home. The photo had a thick oak frame and that wavy old glass you don't see anymore. When I first picked it up, I thought the glass was warped. There was a smudge behind the family. A dark smear, like someone had stood behind them, half in frame. But when I really looked, when I tilted it under the light just right, I saw it clearly. There was a man behind them. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a robe. He stood just to the left of the father, partially obscured by a tree in the background, but his head was fully visible. Or rather, it should have been. He had no face, just smooth skin where the features should be, like something unfinished. Or melted. At first, I figured it was a photographic glitch, some kind of exposure error. Maybe someone double exposed the film or stood too close to the developing chemicals. But I'd seen enough vintage photography to know this wasn't that. The lines were too sharp, too clean. The man's shadow fell in front of the family, stretching across the lawn like it belonged there. Like he belonged there. I should have thrown it out. I know that now. But I didn't. I hung it in the hallway between my kitchen and the den. There was already a nail in the wall, and the frame fit like it was meant for that spot. For a few days, nothing happened. It just hung there, silent and still. But I noticed myself glancing at it more and more, like I couldn't help it. Like it was watching me. Then one night, I heard footsteps. Soft, deliberate, the kind that make floorboards creak just enough to wake you from a half-dream. I lived alone, had since my divorce 3 years back, and my place wasn't big. 1 hallway, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. No pets, no roommates. Just me and whatever ghosts I carried inside. I got up, checked the doors locked. Windows closed. Nothing out of place, but when I passed the portrait, something felt off. The faceless man seemed closer, still in the background, but now more visible. Like he'd stepped forward just a little. His shadow stretched longer across the lawn, creeping closer to the girl's dress. I stared at it for a long time, heart thudding in my chest like a warning bell. I took it off the wall and set it face down on the kitchen counter. But the next morning, it was back, hung neatly on the nail. The smudge deeper, darker. I told myself. I was tired, sleep-deprived, hallucinating. I took it down again, this time hiding it in the hall closet behind some winter coats and a box of old tools. Out of sight, out of mind. That night I dreamed of the man. I stood in the field from the photograph. The grass was brown and brittle, snapping beneath my shoes. The sky above was gray, heavy with storm clouds. The family stood in front of me, frozen in place. Their faces were blank. Not expressionless blank, smooth like polished stone. And behind them stood the man, faceless. Tall, closer now. I couldn't move. I tried to scream, but my mouth was full of dirt. The man raised his arm and pointed at me. That's when I woke up, drenched in sweat, throat raw from choking on nothing. The next morning, the portrait was back on the wall. I stood staring at it, my coffee going cold in my hand. The faceless man was now fully behind the father, one hand resting on his shoulder just like the father's hand on his son. A perfect mimicry. His shadow loomed over the rest of the family like a curtain falling. The children's smiles looked strained, forced. The mother's eyes, her real eyes, seemed to be looking off to the left. At him, I brought it outside and burned it in the fire pit. Watched the glass bubble and crack, the photo curl in on itself like something alive. The frame blackened and collapsed, flames licking hungrily at the image until it was nothing but ash and smoke. That night, I heard the footsteps again. They were slower now, heavier. When I went into the hallway, the wall was bare for about an hour. Then, without sound or warning, the portrait was back. It was cleaner now. No soot, no scorch marks, like it had never been touched. But the faceless man had moved again. He stood directly behind the little girl. His hand was on her shoulder. She was no longer smiling. I moved out a week later. Left everything behind. Furniture, clothes, dishes. Just walked out the door and didn't look back. Rented a place across town in a newer part of Gainesville. No vintage anything. Nothing older than 2010. But I still hear footsteps some nights. And sometimes, when I pass by a mirror or the darkened screen of my TV, I see a shape behind me, tall, still, waiting. I haven't taken a photo in 6 months. I don't answer knocks after dark, and I never, ever hang anything on the walls. I found it at a thrift shop in Alpine, Texas. Not the kind of place you go looking for anything in particular, just rows of old belt buckles, brittle cowboy boots, dusty romance paperbacks, and the faint smell of mildew and forgotten lives. But that jar caught my eye the way a glint of light catches on something buried. It sat on a shelf near the back, tucked between a chipped porcelain Jesus and a broken record player. A glass mason jar, sealed with a rusted lid and a waxy residue where someone had tried to make it airtight. Inside, suspended like a grim little snow globe, was a dead bird, a sparrow, I think. Small and fragile, its wings pressed close to its sides, beak closed, eyes forever shut. It wasn't just dead, it had been taxidermied, posed carefully on a tiny twig that had been glued to the bottom of the jar. The level of detail was eerie. Someone had taken real care with it, made it look almost peaceful. The feathers still held a shimmer under the glass, and the tag on the bottom read, "Property of B.C. Maynard, 1974. I don't know why I bought it. Maybe I felt sorry for it. Maybe I liked how still it was, how it looked like something plucked out of a different time. The woman at the register didn't even charge me. "You don't want that," she muttered, not even looking me in the eye. "Some things ought to stay buried." I took it anyway. My house sits a few miles outside Alpine, out where the sky stretches so wide you forget there's a ceiling to the world. I'm not from here. I moved to escape the collapse of a life back in Austin. A divorce, a job that went nowhere, a sense that I was rotting from the inside out. The desert has its own quiet rot, but at least it's honest about it. I put the jar on my desk. It looked good there, next to the old oil lamp and a stack of books. I kept telling myself I'd read. For a while, that was all it was. A jar with a bird. A weird little curiosity, until the third night. I woke up around 2 a.m., heart pounding, not sure why. I lay there in the dark, waiting for something, anything, to justify the chill sliding up my spine. And then I heard it tap, 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 faint, like something inside the wall. I sat up and listened. Nothing for a moment. Then again, tap, tap, scritch. I followed the sound, bare feet creaking on old wood, and stood in the doorway of my office. The desert wind whistled outside, and I could smell dry earth through the cracked window. Looked at the jar. The bird's eyes were open. Tiny, beady, glossy black like beads of obsidian. Froze, stared. It didn't move, but the eyes had definitely been shut. I chalked it up to memory, to stress, to sleep deprivation. I told myself 100 things that night as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling until dawn broke over the desert like a bloody smear. The next night, I heard it again. This time, the tapping was louder, more frantic. I tiptoed out again, the same dreadful curiosity pulling me forward, and I saw a dot inside the sealed jar. The bird fluttered. Its wings moved, tiny, fast vibrations against the glass, like a heartbeat made visible. The twig beneath its feet trembled from the motion. Its beak opened, a crackling sound escaping, dry, hoarse, like something trying to relearn what breath meant. I stumbled back, heart in my throat. I grabbed a towel, wrapped the jar in it, shoved it in a box, and stuffed it in the garage. I didn't sleep. And the next day, I went back to that thrift shop. But it was gone. Not just clothes gone. The windows were boarded. The sign stripped. No sign it had ever existed at all. I asked around town, but no one remembered a thrift store on Holland Avenue. One old man at the diner looked up from his coffee and said, "You mean Old Maynard's place? That burned down in the 80s. I left before he could explain. Back home, I told myself it was done. Over. The bird was in the garage. The door shut tight. But that night, the chirping started. Not a normal chirp, no. It was off, warped, slow, like an old cassette tape melting in the sun. Chirp. Chirp. Then tap, 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 from inside the walls. I tried to drown it out with music. With whiskey. With prayers I hadn't said since I was 12. Didn't matter. The next night, I found the jar sitting in the middle of the kitchen table, still sealed. The bird inside was perched. Again, still. Eyes closed. But the twig was gone. Its feet gripped the glass. And around the inside of the jar, thin cracks had started to form. I took it out to the desert that night. I drove until the headlights caught nothing but dirt and scrub. I buried the damn thing 6 feet down, piled rocks over it, walked away without looking back. For 3 days I felt peace. Then, on the 4th morning, I found feathers in the hallway. Tiny, brown, still warm. The smell of wax and old rot clung to the air. The chirping started again that night. This time, it came from inside the house. And the next morning, the jar was back on my knitstand, but the bird was no longer inside. The glass was broken, just a crack, like something had pushed its way out. There were tiny claw marks on the table. Searched the whole damn house. Nothing. But I know it's here. I hear it flapping at night. Sometimes I catch it in the corner of my eye, a blur, a twitch of shadow, near the ceiling. And I swear to God, it's getting bigger. The chirps are deeper now, more like croaks. There's something building inside them. Something angry. Think it remembers being dead, and it blames me for waking it up. If you find this letter, don't look for the jar. Don't take anything that looks like it should be buried. And if you hear chirping at night, you're already too late. I moved into the house on County Line Road in Elgin during the fall, late October, the kind of season where the sky stays the color of wet concrete and the cold creeps in through your sleeves before the wind even picks up. The realtor had been oddly eager to close, which should have been a red flag. But I'd just gotten out of a divorce I'd limped through for 3 years, and the idea of living somewhere quiet, alone, with no shared toothbrushes or screaming matches was all I cared about. The house was old, built in the late 50s, and you could feel it. Floorboards that groaned under your feet no matter how light you walked, a basement that smelled like mold and forgotten paper, and closets that went deeper than they looked from the outside. Still, It had a kind of charm-fit crown molding, wide windows, a porch that overlooked an empty field that ran all the way to the trees. I furnished the place slowly. A mattress on the floor for the first week, a couch off Craigslist that I told myself I'd replace, and a little old wooden cradle I found at a thrift shop for no reason at all. I don't know why I bought the cradle. I don't have a kid. Never did. Never planned to. But it was carved old-fashioned, the kind of thing you'd see in a sepia-toned photograph, and something about it felt right, like it belonged in the house. I set it in the corner of the spare bedroom upstairs and told myself it was decoration. Or nostalgia. It started a few days later. I was setting up some basic security motion sensors, door chimes, that kind of thing. Got a baby monitor too, one of those digital ones with a night vision camera and two-way audio. Not for a child, obviously, but I figured it might work like a cheap indoor cam, something to keep an eye on the place while I worked late or traveled. I put the camera unit on a small shelf across from the cradle, more out of habit than anything. Didn't think about it again until a Thursday night. About 2 a.m, I woke up to a soft click. The monitor was on. Its screen glowed blue in the darkness, casting strange shadows across the walls of my bedroom. I hadn't touched it in days. The receiver sat on my nightstand, silent but definitely on. And then I heard it breathing long. Slow, deliberate, close. The kind of sound you'd make if you were hovering directly over a microphone, breathing. Just enough to be heard, but not enough to speak. I stared at the screen. The cradle was empty, but the audio was alive. Someone or something was right next to the camera, breathing. I sat up, adrenaline crawling under my skin like ants. I wanted to tell myself it was interference. Maybe it picked up a neighbor's monitor. Maybe the wind made a weird noise. Maybe the breathing changed. It got faster. Not frantic, but sharp. Like someone excited. Or angry. And then the camera flickered, just once. And when it came back, the cradle wasn't empty. Something was in it. Not a baby. Not exactly. It was too small. Too pale. Curled in a way that didn't look right, like its limbs were folded twice. The image was grainy, black and white, but I could see something moving in that cradle, something shifting its head, twitching its fingers. I turned on every light in the house before going upstairs. The spare room was cold. Not just chilly cold, like fridge cold. Like the air had weight to it. The cradle was there, still. Empty. But the shelf the monitor sat on had been knocked over. The camera lay on the floor, face down, its little green light blinking. I packed it away that night. Told myself I was tired. Dreaming. That memory is unreliable at 2 a.m. Didn't turn the monitor on again. It turned itself on 2 nights later. Same sound, same breathing. Except this time, I didn't just hear it. I heard a whisper. A dry, papery voice like dead leaves being dragged across pavement. Just one word, Mama. I don't know how long I sat there, staring at the screen. The cradle was empty again. But the air in the room, the audio feed, it wasn't silent. I could hear something shifting, dragging, scraping, then a thud. As if something fell to the floor right beneath the camera. I turned the screen off and didn't sleep until the sun came up. I tried to return the cradle the next day. Loaded it in my truck, drove back to the little thrift shop on 2nd Street. The place was boarded up. No sign, no lights. Just a for lease sign in the window that looked like it had been there for months. The cradle stayed in the back of my truck. For 3 days. On the 4th morning, it was back in the spare room, in the same place, facing the camera shelf. I didn't hear it come in. I didn't see anything. I checked the doors, still locked. No signs of a break-in, but something had been inside my house. The monitor came back on that night. It waited until I was in bed. Waited until I turned the lights off. This time, it wasn't just breathing. I heard crying. Soft, muffled, like a baby trying not to wake anyone. And then footsteps, tiny ones, pattering across the wood floor in the spare room. I sat in the dark, paralyzed. And then, from the monitor speaker, the voice again. Only this time it was closer. Not whispering into the camera. It was whispering into my ear. "Mama, I'm cold." I dropped the monitor. It cracked against the floor. The screen going dark. And then came the sound from down the hall. The cradle rocking. Creak, creak. I moved out the next day. Left half my stuff behind. Gave the keys back to the realtor without even bothering to lie. She didn't ask questions. Just nodded and slid the contract into a drawer. The house is still listed online last I checked. Pictures of the rooms, all empty, except the spare bedroom. In that one photo, if you look real close, you can see the cradle. And sometimes, if the light hits it right, you can see something small curled inside it. Something with its face pressed to the bars, waiting for its mama. I bought the mirror at a pawn shop off Adams Avenue in Temple, Texas. Dusty, forgotten, wedged between a broken accordion and a stack of VHS tapes. It wasn't much to look at, about 4 feet tall, rectangular, with a frame that looked like scorched wood. Something about the grain reminded me of veins, dark and pulsing, even though I knew that was ridiculous. Still, there was something about it. Some pull, like it was waiting. The clerk gave me a weird look when I paid for it. A narrow-eyed, pursed-lip stare, like he was trying to remember something important but couldn't quite get there. When I asked if he knew where it came from, he just shrugged and said, "Some storage unit auction." It was wrapped in a blanket, like someone didn't want it to see out. Then he chuckled. Or maybe didn't want it to see in. I laughed too, awkwardly. But that phrase stuck with me. Didn't want it to see in. I brought it home to my one-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an old duplex on Nugent. I'd only been living there a few months, moved from Houston after a messy job burnout and an even messier breakup. Temple was quieter, slower, cheaper, the kind of place where your neighbors wave in the dairy. Queen drive-through girl learns your order by heart. I was hoping to disappear into routine. Instead, I got the mirror. I leaned it against the wall at the foot of my bed. It tilted just slightly forward, enough to show my reflection from head to chest when I stood in front of it. Nothing unusual at first. The glass was old, a little cloudy around the edges, but it showed me tired eyes, shaggy hair, the usual mess. But one night, after coming home from a late shift, something was different. I walked past it without really looking, heading to the closet. When I turned around, I saw it. The reflection wasn't me standing. It was me lying in bed, not like a memory, not like a dream. It was real. It was now. I froze. The figure in the mirror, me, was turned on his side, the blanket pulled halfway down. My breathing was shallow, mouth slightly open, hair matted on the pillow. I was asleep, but not peacefully. I looked dead. I blinked, stepped closer. My real self was still standing. I could feel my breath, the slight tremor in my hands. But the image in the mirror never moved. It just showed me sleeping. And then something entered the frame. It was subtle at first, a shift in the light, a corner of darkness that shouldn't have been there, seeping in from the edge of the mirror like a cloud of smoke with intention. It curled along the ceiling above the bed, twisting, settling, until it began to take shape. Arms, long and jointed wrong, a neck that bent too far to the side, and eyes, not glowing, not even fully visible, but you could feel them. Like two pits of gravity pulling you inward. It leaned over the bed, over me, and just watched. I stumbled back, knocking over a lamp. The sound broke something. In the mirror, the image snapped back to normal, showing only my pale, wide-eyed face staring back. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I tried to move the mirror, but it was heavier than it should have been, like it was rooted to the spot. I called a friend with a truck to help me haul it outside. He never showed. His phone went straight to voicemail. Later, he told me his tires had all gone flat, 4 blowouts at once. Said it was the weirdest thing that ever happened to him. I didn't mention the mirror. I covered it with a blanket, taped it down. But at night, I heard the tape peel, slowly, deliberately, one soft tear after another, until it was bare again. Waiting. The visions got worse. Every night, the mirror showed me sleeping, but it was never the same sleep. One night I was curled tight, teeth grinding. Another, I was sprawled out, eyes half open like a corpse in a field. And always the thing would come. Sometimes it slithered in through the ceiling vent. Sometimes it walked in from the hallway, folding its limbs to fit through the doorway. Once it crawled out from under the bed, but it never touched me. It just watched. I thought I was losing my mind. I recorded it. Set up a camera. Nothing. Just static when it panned to the mirror. A wall of snow like old cable channels. When I played it back, the footage always cut out at 2:07 a.m. and resumed at 2:18. Without explanation, I called a local antique dealer, an old woman named Dolores who specialized in restless items. She came over one afternoon, leaned on a cane made of deer antler, and peered into the mirror for a long time without speaking. Then she turned to me and said, "That ain't glass, hon, not anymore." "What is it then?" She shrugged. "Window. Maybe, or a mouth." I laughed, nervous. "Is it haunted?" She didn't answer, just shuffled to the door and muttered, "Don't let it learn your name." I didn't sleep in the bedroom after that. I moved to the couch. I started taking pills to stay awake, drinking coffee until my hand shook. Anything to keep from dreaming. But it followed me. The mirror, it started showing up in places it shouldn't. Reflections in my laptop screen, in the dark TV when it was off, in the side window of my truck even though it was parked half a block away, and always the same scene, me, asleep, unaware, and the thing coming to watch. One night, I woke up on the couch with my face wet, not sweat, not tears. Saliva. Something had leaned over me, close enough to let its breath touch my skin. I couldn't take it anymore. Smashed the mirror, took a hammer and beat the thing until shards covered the floor like ice. I swept them into a trash bag with shaking hands, tossed it in the dumpster behind the gas station. I thought it was over. That night, there was no reflection. Just me. Sleeping. Alone. No dark figure. No twisted limbs. Just peace. But then I saw it. Not in the mirror. In my room. In the corner. No longer behind the glass. No longer watching. Now it was learning how to reach. I was never supposed to go back to Bastrop. That town and I had a history best left buried, and I'd spent over 20 years making sure the past stayed where it belonged, down deep and silent. But when my Aunt Louise passed away last spring, I was the only blood relative left to deal with her house. I figured I'd go for the weekend, clear out the junk, sign a few papers, and get back to San Antonio before the humidity started pressing down on me like a wet sack. It wasn't supposed to be personal. It wasn't supposed to stir anything. The house sat on the outskirts of town, just off a narrow road that wound through the pine woods like a drunk snake. The trees always seemed taller around Bastrop, and the shadows they cast had a weight to them, like they remembered too much. Louise's place was one of those 1920s prairie-style homes, all creaking wood and sagging porches. The windows were still boarded up from the storm that blew through in '07, and the mailbox leaned forward like it had given up. The inside smelled like mold and lavender soap. Her furniture was all still there, covered in plastic and the old radio in the parlor hummed with static even though the power had been shut off for years. I moved through it like I was stepping into someone else's memory dust motes in the air. Framed photographs with faces I only half remembered. The stale hush of rooms no one had spoken in for decades. It was in the attic that I found the box. I'd climbed up just to make sure the roof hadn't caved in. The ladder groaned under my weight, and the heat up there was choking. I was about to climb back down when I spotted it in the far corner, an old wooden crate, small and square, with black lettering burned into the lid. Do not open before you no locks. No hinges, just an old brass latch so tarnished it looked green. My gut twisted when I touched it. There was something oily on the wood, something that shimmered in the dim light like sweat. I should have left it there. Should have climbed back down, closed the attic, and never looked back. But I didn't. The latch opened with a dry click. The inside of the box smelled like wet rust and peppermint. It was packed tight with things that didn't belong together. A set of tiny, antique jacks. A plastic ring with a fake ruby. A Polaroid of a boy standing in a field, the photo so overexposed you could barely make out the face. But the worst part was what lay beneath all that. A child's shoe, still damp. Inside, and not just damp wet like the blood hadn't dried. It soaked the insole, clung to the frayed white laces. There were little fingerprints smeared on the tongue of the shoe, like someone had tried to hold on to it before it was taken away. Under the shoe, nestled between a stuffed bear with its eyes. Missing and a cracked baby rattle were teeth. Not toy teeth. Real ones, human. Baby teeth, maybe a dozen of them. All different shapes and shades, some yellowing, some still pink with rot. They were sticky. I dropped the lid and backed away, heart racing. I don't scare easy, but something about that box didn't just feel wrong, it felt hungry. Like it had waited for me. Like it knew I'd come back. I slept downstairs that night, if you can call what I did sleeping. Every creak in the walls sounded like footsteps. The house groaned and shifted in ways that didn't feel random. And twice I swore I heard something dragging across the attic floor. By morning, the box had moved. It was no longer in the attic. I found it at the foot of my bed. The latch was open. There were more teeth inside, and a second shoe. Same size, same blood. I don't remember opening it. I didn't open it. I'm sure of that. I told myself maybe I sleepwalked, maybe I brought it down without realizing, but that felt like a lie even as I thought it. The box had moved itself. It wanted to be closer. I tried to leave that morning. Got as far as the front door before I realized I didn't have my car keys. Searched the kitchen, the couch, my pockets. Nothing. Checked outside and saw the car door standing open. Inside, the driver's seat was soaked with blood. Not pooled. Not dripping. Soaked. As if someone had bled out there just minutes before. The steering wheel was slick with it. The dash splattered. But there was no body. No smell. No evidence of anyone but me. I didn't call the police. I knew how it would look. A dead woman's house, a box full of bloody toys, a car dripping red, and no sign of who left it there. I wasn't ready to spend the rest of my life trying to explain what couldn't be explained. I went back inside and found the box sitting on the dining room table. The latch closed. The lid untouched, but there was a new item inside. A lock of hair. Blonde, curled at the ends. Still damp. I remembered then something I hadn't thought about in 25 years. Back when I was 9, me and my cousin David used to spend summers with Aunt Louise. One year, a little girl from the neighborhood went missing. Her name was Sarah Ann, last seen near the woods behind the house. We searched for days, even after the police gave up. My aunt never talked about it, told us it was God's will. But now, holding that hair in my hands, I felt the shape of something I'd buried deep. I remembered the attic. I remembered David whispering to me, telling me not to open the box. That it was a promise, a deal our family made a long time ago. That we weren't supposed to touch it unless we were ready to pay. He had opened it first, and a week later, David was gone, drowned. They said, fell into the Colorado River, but no one ever found his body. I forgot about it, or convinced myself I had. Until now, I didn't sleep again that night, and by the next morning, the box was open. The contents had changed. There were no more toys. No teeth, just a note, scrawled in the same burnt black handwriting from the lid. You opened it. You belong to it now. I left the house. Walked until I reached town. Told the sheriff I didn't feel safe staying alone out there. He gave me a sideways glance but didn't ask questions. Bastrips like that, too many old stories. Too many things whispered after sundown. That was 3 days ago. I'm at a motel now. But I can still feel the box. I don't know how to explain it. It's not here, not physically, but it's close. I hear something tapping on the wall at night. I wake up with the taste of blood in my mouth. And every morning, there's a little more missing from my memory. Just a few minutes at first. Then hours. Today, I woke up with a tooth on my pillow, still wet. Still warm. The motel manager knocked on my door a few minutes ago. Said I had a package waiting downstairs. No return address. It's a box. Small. Wooden. And on the lid, in letters carved so deep they bleed shadow. Do not open before you die. The jar showed up in the mail. No return address, no postage stamp, nothing to say who sent it or why. Just a small brown box, wrapped in butcher's paper and tied with a length of brittle twine, left sitting on the dusty front porch of my duplex. In Del Rio, baking in the afternoon sun. At first, I thought it was some forgotten eBay order or maybe something one of my students had sent as a prank. I teach high school history, so I've seen all kinds of weird crap over the years, but when I shook it, the sound inside wasn't anything familiar. Not plastic. Not metal. Just a soft thunk like something heavy and wet hitting glass. I took it inside. The air in the living room was still and thick. The ceiling fan doing little more than pushing the heat around. I sat on the couch, opened the box, and pulled out a glass jar wrapped in old newspaper. It was maybe the size of a mason jar, sealed with a rusted iron lid and a ring of wax around the seam that smelled faintly of sulfur and burnt flowers. The glass was cloudy, streaked with black resin or dried blood or something older than either. Inside was a tongue, shriveled, black as tar, twisted like a dried worm. It didn't float or sink, it just hung there in the center of the jar, suspended, in a syrupy fluid that clung to the glass like honey. The moment I saw it, my stomach twisted. It wasn't just grotesque. It felt wrong, like looking into a hole in the ground that had no bottom. I touched the jar and felt a pulse, a literal pulse, soft, rhythmic, like a heartbeat coming from somewhere far away, muffled underwater. I dropped it, nearly knocked it over, but it didn't break. Just thudded against the coffee table and rolled slightly, then settled back into place like it had never moved. That night, I heard it whisper. At first, I thought it was a dream, half asleep, the whir of the ceiling fan making shadows dance across the walls, and then a voice, soft, dry, like paper tearing inside my head. It said my name, Robert, just once. Barely audible, but clear enough that I sat bolt upright, the sweat cold on my chest. I didn't sleep again until dawn. The next day, I tried to ignore it. Left the jar in the shed out back and went about my routine. Taught class. Picked up groceries. Avoided looking at anything reflective for too long. But every time I passed near the shed, I swore I could hear something like breathing, wet and low and struggling. That night, it said another name, Elaine. I hadn't thought about Elaine in years. Not since college. We dated for a few semesters until it got too dark, too possessive. She'd accused me of cheating, sent threatening messages to girls I barely knew, and one night she showed up at my apartment with a butcher knife and red-rimmed eyes. I never saw her again after that. Last I heard, she moved out west, started working in Santa Fe. I figured it was just a coincidence. A name bubbling up from the bottom of my brain. Stress does that. But the next night, it said another name. Mitchell. Mitchell was dead. He died last year. A car accident on Route 277, just outside town. He was the type of guy who never wore his seatbelt and always had a beer between his knees. We'd been friends once, but we drifted apart after. High school. The last time we talked, it was about a girl he swore I stole from him. He was drunk and I hung up on him. I felt bad after he died. Still do. But hearing his name whispered from a sealed jar felt like more than coincidence. I called the sheriff's office the next morning. Asked if anyone else had reported something weird, packages, threats, maybe some kind of joke. Deputy Ruiz said no. Just the usual noise. Drunk arrests. A break-in at the Sonic. One guy claimed a goat had bitten him and turned his blood to vinegar. But that wasn't new for Del Rio. The next night, I sat up with the jar. I brought it into the living room and set it on the coffee table. Turned off every light. No fan, just silence. And I waited for hours. Nothing. Then around 2:40 a.m. The fluid inside the jar began to ripple. It moved without reason, no vibrations. No breeze, just a slow wave across the black syrup. The tongue shifted, twitched, curled slightly like it was stretching awake, and then it whispered a name I didn't know. Julian. I didn't recognize it. No connection to my life, no one from work or school or Facebook or any dark little corner of my memory, just a name in the dark. But that almost made it worse, because now the jar was speaking about other people, not just those tied to me. And each night, it said a new name. Always just one. Always in that dry, flaking voice. I started writing them down. Julian, Mara, Caleb, Tomas, Brigitte. Some I found online. News articles about recent deaths, some suicides, some murders, one or two just missing persons out of Eagle Pass or San Antonio. Others I couldn't find at all. It was like the jar had its own list, its own ledger of the damned, and it was reading them out one by one. By the second week, I stopped going to work. I stayed home. Barely ate, barely moved. I became a ghost with a notepad and bloodshot eyes, listening for whispers that scraped the inside of my skull like claws on drywall. I didn't even try to sleep anymore. The moment I closed my eyes, I'd see the tongue, uncoiling in the fluid, bloating, black veins stretching from its tip like spider legs. Then it said my name again. Robert. It wasn't like the first time. This wasn't a calling. It was a condemnation. My name was drawn out longer, deeper. The whisper was no longer just inside my head. I heard it in the walls, in the floor, in my teeth. I looked at the jar and saw that the tongue had grown only slightly, but unmistakably. The ends of it were no longer shriveled. They were wet. Pink. Alive. I don't remember cutting myself, but the blood was there on my forearm, a thin red slash from elbow to wrist. Not deep, not lethal, but fresh. I wrapped it and tried to convince myself I'd scraped it against something. But deep down I knew. The jar was feeding. I tried breaking it the next morning. I took it to the Pecos River, walked all the way out to the bridge at dawn, and hurled it down into the deepest part. Watched it disappear beneath the ripples. For the first time in weeks, I felt relief. I drove home and slept for 9 hours. When I woke up, the jar was back, sitting on the kitchen counter like it had never left. The tongue now floated closer. to the glass. It was looking at me. Now, I hear it constantly. It doesn't wait for night anymore. It speaks whenever I'm near it. If I move to another room, I hear it through the vents. If I leave the house, it comes with me. Once, I locked it in the trunk of my car and drove 2 hours west, but the voice was inside the speakers, whispering over the radio, saying names I hadn't heard yet. The tongue moves now, twists, licks. The inside of the jar like it's hungry. Sometimes, I swear, I hear it laughing. The names it whispers are no longer strangers. They're people I haven't met yet. I'm starting to recognize them before they die. Yesterday, it whispered a name, Angela, and today I saw her at the supermarket. She smiled at me in the cereal aisle. I didn't say anything. Couldn't. What would I even tell her? Tomorrow I'll read about her in the paper, and the day after that, another name. Until mine comes again. And this time, I think it'll mean something else. I found the photograph at an estate sale just off Judson Road in Longview, Texas. The house was one of those sagging post-war builds, all green shingles and cracked brick, with pecan trees leaning in like eavesdroppers. The sale was advertised, as everything must go, and judging by the brittle couch cushions and moth-eaten drapes, not much had stayed for a while. The photo was in a dusty shoebox wedged beneath a warped coffee table. The rest of the box was filled with yellowed Polaroids and faded family snapshots, birthdays, graduations, stiff portraits where nobody looked quite happy. But this one caught me. It was black and white, matte, a little larger than a postcard. A cowboy stood in the middle of a barbed wire pasture, tall and narrow, one boot slightly raised like he'd been caught mid-step. His face was shaded by the brim of a wide, sweat-darkened hat. The dog sat beside him, one of those scrappy ranch mutts, part blue heeler, part God knows what, tongue hanging, ears sharp. The whole thing had the look of a professional shot, except for the composition. Something about the way the two of them were framed, slightly off-center, like they hadn't meant to be captured. I don't know why I took it. I wasn't a collector. I wasn't nostalgic. But something in the image, it clung. I paid $1 for the shoebox, stuffed it in the back seat, and drove home with the windows down and the wind feeling wrong, like it didn't know which way to blow. That first night, I pinned the photograph to a corkboard above my desk. It made the place feel a little less empty. I had recently moved into a duplex on the edge of town, a place with paper-thin walls and a kitchen that smelled faintly of onions no matter how many candles I lit. I didn't know many people in Longview. My job at the newspaper had been part of a transfer, and I mostly kept to myself. That picture, strange as it sounds, became a kind of company. 3 days later, the dog disappeared, not from the world from the photo. I noticed it by accident. Brushing my teeth in the early morning, catching a glance at the corkboard through the cracked bathroom door. Something looked off. I rinsed, stepped into the room, and stared. The cowboy was still there, same hat, same shadowed face, same slouch in the shoulders. But the space beside him where the dog had been, empty. Not faded. Gone. The grass where the dog had sat was crisp and undisturbed, like it had never been there at all. No indentation, no blur, no trace. I unpinned the photo and held it close. The surface was clean. No scratches, no manipulation. I checked the back dash blank. I convinced myself I'd remembered it wrong, that maybe there'd been another photo in the stack. I tore through the shoebox, hands shaking a little more than I liked. But no, just other families, other faces. None of them had that cowboy. None had that dog. The next day, I noticed the burn. It started from the center right where the cowboy's chest was. Just a pinprick dark spot, like a single ember had touched it. I didn't smoke, didn't have candles that close to the board, but the mark was there. charred at the very center, growing outward in the shape of a flower blooming in reverse. Stared at it for a long time. Then I moved the photo into the drawer, shut it, tried not to think about it. But that night, something woke me. A sound, soft but strange, like claws on tile. Or maybe nails, slow, deliberate. I got up, heart hammering. Harder than it should have for a noise that small. I walked into the kitchen barefoot, every shadow looking like it might breathe. But it was empty, still, until I turned and saw the trail, faint black smudges across the linoleum, like ash scattered in little half-moon arcs. Paw prints. I followed them out of the kitchen through the hallway to my bedroom door. The prints stopped there. But my door was open. I hadn't left it open. The room was colder than it had any right to be. I stepped inside, and there on the floor, just beneath the corkboard where the photo had hung, were more prints. A full circle of them, like something had paced there for hours. The photo was still in the drawer. But when I pulled it out, the burn mark had doubled in size. The cowboy's torso was gone, eaten away by the black, jagged hole. Only his arms and hat remained, like he'd been swallowed from the middle out. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I drove the photo to the paper and ran it through one of our high-res scanners. The burn was real. No camera tricks. The surface of the image was warped now, like the heat had come from inside. I showed it to our photo editor, Mike, a no-nonsense guy who'd been shooting war zones in the 90s, and thought ghost stories were for drunks and drama queens. He took one look and said, "That's not natural." That was the last normal thing he said. 2 days later, Mike didn't show up to work. His wife found him in the garage, curled into the corner, staring at the wall. He'd smeared soot on the cement over and over in wide black circles. Sighed. The dog kept barking, that he'd seen it outside his window, that it had no eyes. I quit the paper the next week. By then, the photograph had burned halfway through. The cowboy's face was gone. Just the hat remained, floating above nothing. The burn wasn't static, it pulsed. Some nights I'd open the drawer and it would seem to move under my eyes like a slow breath, and the sounds got worse. Claws on the ceiling, scraping behind the walls, breathing that wasn't mine in the hallway. Once, I found my front door wide, open at 3:33 a.m. with paw prints leading out into the street. But not dog prints, bigger. Wrong. Then came the dreams. I'd be standing in that same field from the photo. Only it wasn't quiet. The grass was black and brittle, and the sky above churned like smoke. I'd see the cowboy from behind, swaying, and the dog would be at his side, growling low. But when he turned, if he turned, his face was a hollow burned socket. And the dog had something in its mouth. Something that dripped. I started seeing ash in my sink, on the floor, on my pillow. Then I saw it in my eye, the left one. Just a flicker at first, but then the white turned gray. Red veins spidered across it like cracks. I felt heat behind the socket, like something smoldered back there. I knew what I had to do. I drove back to that estate house. But it was gone. Not just the sale of the house. Leveled, bulldozed. The trees were black stumps. I asked around, and an old man at the feed store told me it had burned down 2 months before the sale. Said it was impossible I'd been there at all. I didn't argue. That night, I burned the photo, lit it in the sink, and watched it curl, smoke, and crumble. The fire didn't spread fast. It clung, like the paper resisted. But eventually, it was ash. I flushed it. Washed the sink 3 times. Slept with the lights on. For a while, things were quiet. But then last week, I got a letter. No return address. Just my name, typewritten. Inside, one photograph. Black and white. Glossy this time. A field. A cowboy. A dog. Only this time, I was the one wearing the hat. It started with a dare. My cousin Darren and I were staying with our grandmother in Navasota. The summer after our 6th grade year, 2 bored kids with too much energy and no internet. Granny lived in an old yellow clapboard house that sat low and sagging off a quiet gravel road, wrapped in honeysuckle vines and shaded by a dying pecan tree that creaked in even the lightest breeze. The floorboards moaned. The kitchen smelled like boiled greens. And the attic, the one place she told us not to go, smelled like dust and secrets. So, of course, that's exactly where we went. Darren found the teddy bear in an old wooden chest, beneath a stack of moth-eaten quilts. It was big, almost 2 feet tall, patchy, and sun-bleached, with one button eye and a dark stitched smile that curved upward on only one side. The other eye socket was just thread and cloth, like something had ripped the button off long ago. It wore a little plaid vest with one word stitched across the front in faded gold thread: Milo. "You won't ask it," Darren whispered, his eyes wide. We were sitting cross-legged in the attic, sweating under the low, sloped roof. The bear sat between us, slumped forward like it was sleeping. "What should I ask?" I said, "Something easy, like, is your name Milo?" So I did. I stared into that lopsided face and asked, "Is your name Milo?" And the bear blinked. I swear to God, Rumman, it blinked. The one button eye stayed still, but the other, the stitched socket, twitched. The fabric puckered, like someone had pulled it from behind, just once. Darren saw it too. He gasped and scrambled back so fast he knocked over an old lamp. "No way," he said. We ran downstairs and didn't come back until the next day, when curiosity got the better of fear. We took the bear to the guest bedroom we shared and tried. Again, "Are you a toy?" Blank, "Do you like us?" Blank, "Are you haunted?" No blink. We kept going. It was dumb at first, like a magic 8-ball with a weird attitude. But then I asked it something I didn't expect an answer to. "Did someone die in this house?" Blink. Darren laughed. "Yeah, right. Probably just Granny's cat or something." But the air in the room changed. He felt it too. The hum of the box fan suddenly seemed too loud. Shadows felt longer. The bear seemed sharper, like its seams had tightened. That night, I dreamed I was in the attic again, except I was alone. The bear sat in front of the chest, staring at me. And in the dream, it had 2 eyes, 1 button, 1 human. The next morning I asked it, "Was that your eye in my dream?" It blinked. I stopped using it after that. Darren didn't. He got obsessed. He snuck it into the bathroom with him. He whispered to it when he thought I was asleep. Then he started asking scarier questions. Do my parents lie to me? Does God hate me? Will I die young? I told him to stop, but he just smiled, that nervous little smile he did when he was pretending everything was fine. One night, I woke up and found him sitting at the edge of the bed with the bear in his lap, just listening. He wasn't saying anything, just nodding. "What are you doing?" I asked. He looked over at me with this glazed, faraway look and said, "It's asking me stuff now." I thought he was kidding, until the next night, when I heard it too. It was faint, like someone whispering through a pillow. I couldn't make out the words, just the cadence. And Darren mumbling replies in the dark. I asked him the next morning what it said. He wouldn't tell me. 2 days later, he was gone. Granny said he'd wandered off early in the morning and hadn't come back. The police looked. Neighbors looked. Dogs sniffed the woods behind the house. They found one of his shoes half buried near the creek. But that was it. Granny was a wreck. She blamed herself for not locking the back door. I didn't say anything about the bear. I wanted to. I tried. But every time I opened my mouth, I'd feel this pressure in my throat, like my tongue was trying to choke me. I left the day after the funeral. The bear stayed. Years went by. I moved on, tried to forget. But I never stopped dreaming about that one eye. Never stopped hearing that tune Darren used to hum after spending hours with it, a lilting, off-kilter thing that sounded almost like a lullaby played in reverse. Then, last summer, after Granny passed, I went back to Navasota to help clean the house. I told myself I wouldn't go into the attic, but I did. The chest was still there, still locked. I found the key inside an old Bible. I opened it slowly, half hoping. The bear wouldn't be there, but it was. Except now it had two eyes, one button, one glassy and brown and unmistakably real. The vest was gone. In its place, a faint scorch mark over its chest. I picked it up, don't ask me why. Maybe I needed closure. Maybe I needed answers. I sat on the attic floor and said, "Is Darren still alive?" Blink. My blood turned to ice. I whispered, "Is he in pain?" Blink. I dropped it, stood, backed away. The bear just sat there, slumped and silent. But then, in the stillness of that musty attic, I heard it speak. It wasn't loud, just a breath, a whisper. But it was Darren's voice. It said, "Ask me something now." I ran. I locked the attic door. Left the house. Never looked back. But I can still feel that whisper crawling down my spine. And every now and then, in the dead of night, I hear Darren's lullaby outside my window. Soft. Off-key. Waiting. It started 3 weeks after my father's funeral. I hadn't planned on staying long in Tyler, just a few days to handle his estate, box up the remnants of his life, and get the hell out before the grief caught up with me. But the old house, on the edge of Highway 31, had other plans. It was stubborn like he was. The porch steps sagged like tired knees, the shutters hung crooked, and inside, everything smelled of cedar and thyme. Dust hovered in the corners. The floorboards groaned, like they were mourning too. I could almost hear his voice in the walls. I found the guitar in the attic. It wasn't hidden or anything, just propped against a trunk beneath the one small window that hadn't yet fogged over with age. It was a hollow-body Gibson vintage, beat to hell, with one string missing and another half snapped. I didn't recognize it. My father had never played guitar, at least not in front of me. He was more of a hummer, a whistler. The man lived in fragments of tunes, soft, sad ones. That was his way. I brought it down and set it in the living room, thinking maybe it was an old family piece, or something he'd picked up cheap at a garage sale. I didn't touch it after that. No reason to. That night, I couldn't sleep. Too many thoughts. I stayed on the pullout in the den, surrounded by half-sealed boxes. The clock said 2:18 a.m. when I heard the first note. It was soft, real soft. Like the sound you get when you lightly touch a string without pressing it. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. A second note came, then another. A pattern. A rhythm. I stood and turned toward the sound. It was coming from the guitar. The damn thing was still leaning where I left it, angled against the corner of the couch. No one was near it. I could see that plainly. But the strings were vibrating subtly, rhythmically plucking themselves. The tune was faint, slow, just a few bars. But I recognized it. It was the same melody my father used to hum when he was alone. Always at night. Always near the back porch, looking out over the yard like he was watching something only he could see. I used to catch bits of it through my bedroom wall when I was a kid. Never knew where it came from. It had no lyrics. Just that low, wistful hum, almost like a lullaby gone wrong. I should have left then. Should have packed up and driven until sunrise. But instead, I sat down and listened. It stopped after about 2 minutes. Just ended. Like a whisper getting swallowed by the dark. I didn't sleep after that. Next morning, I convinced myself it was the wind. The house was old. The attic vent was half broken. Maybe something had brushed the strings. Made sense, right? The second night, the song returned that same time, same tune. But this time it played longer, 5 minutes. Maybe more. The strings plucked in sequence, each note ringing just a bit louder than the night before. I stood in front of it this time, watching, breath held. And I swear to God, Raman, the strings were moving. Not all at once, just one, then the next. Like invisible fingers were tracing the melody from memory. Reached out to touch it, and the guitar stopped. Cold silence, but the air around it was wrong thick. Charged like the atmosphere just before a lightning strike. My skin prickled. Something was there. I backed away. Day 3, I called my cousin Jamie. She lived in Dallas. She and Dad were close, and I thought maybe she knew something. I didn't tell her the whole story, just mentioned the guitar. Her voice got tight. She asked me to describe it. When I did, she went quiet. Then she said, "That was your grandfather's. Dad never played it. Hated the thing. It used to play by itself sometimes when we were kids." I asked if she was messing with me. She swore. She wasn't. Told me to get rid of it. I didn't. That night, the guitar played again. Same song. But this time, I wasn't alone. I heard footsteps upstairs. Slow, deliberate, the kind of sound that makes your blood go still. I thought maybe someone had broken in, grabbed a wrench and crept up the stairs. Heart hammering so loud it drowned everything else. Nothing. Room after room. Empty. Except for the attic. The attic door was wide open. I hadn't touched it in days. I stepped inside, and for a moment, the air went cold, so cold I could see my breath. On the floor, in front of the attic window, was a dusty imprint, like someone had been sitting there. Knees bent, body curled, just watching the world go by. I backed out, locked the door. Didn't sleep. Night 4, the guitar played earlier. Midnight. It didn't wait. The melody changed. Still familiar, still his, but now it dragged. Slower, sadder, like something being remembered the wrong way. I sat across from it, drinking bourbon straight from the bottle. I was shaking. I couldn't stop. At one point I said, "Dad?" Not expecting an answer, just needing to say it, and the guitar stopped. Dead silence. Then a voice low, cracked, close to my ear, whispered one word, "Stay." I turned. No one was there. I dropped the bottle. I didn't clean it up. Next morning, I found fresh muddy footprints in the kitchen. Bare, human. Leading from the back door to the living room where the guitar sat. Except the door was still locked. No signs of forced entry. Nothing but those prints. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe I was going crazy. Grief does that, right? Makes you hear things, see things, believe in ghosts. But it wasn't just in my head. Every night, the guitar played. And every night the house changed. New smells, cold spots, lights, flickering. One night I found all the pictures on the wall flipped backward. Another, the attic stairs were pulled down even though I hadn't touched them. But worst of all was the photo. It was one I didn't recognize. Tucked inside a box I hadn't opened yet. An old Polaroid, my father as a boy, maybe 10. Sitting on the front steps of this same house, holding the guitar. He looked terrified, and behind him, barely visible through the glare of the flash, was a shadow. Tall, thin, bent wrong, like its limbs were too long and its back too twisted. No face, just blackness. I burned the picture. I threw the guitar in the fireplace. It didn't burn. The flames bent around it. That night, the song played louder than ever. The strings screamed. It wasn't music anymore. It was pain. And from the attic, I heard something come down the stairs. Dragging its feet, breathing heavy. Each step slow, groaning like the wood itself was protesting. I hid in the bathroom. locked the door. I swear something stood just outside for hours, breathing, waiting. By morning, it was gone. I left the house that day, got in my car, drove south. I don't know where I'm going, but last night I stayed at a roadside motel outside Lufkin. And at 2:18 a.m., the guitar started playing again. Even though I left it behind, I don't know how long I have, don't know what it wants, but I keep hearing that word stay, and God help me, Raman. Part of me wants to. It was during the summer I moved to Athens, Texas, that the heat settled in like a weight on my chest, the kind that made your skin itch and your brain throb. I'd taken a break from the city to clear my head, staying in my late aunt's house. On the far edge of town, one of those two-story Victorian things with peeling green paint and a porch swing that hadn't swung since the Carter administration. The house had stood empty for years after her passing, left to rot and sigh under the strain of East Texas humidity. My mother refused to sell it, saying the land was cursed, but I figured that was just her usual dramatics. I came out there with nothing but my duffel, my laptop, and the belief that I could fix myself if I just got far enough away from everything. Bad relationships, worse habits, the quiet suspicion I'd started hearing things in the walls back home. None of it felt like it would follow me that far. Athens was sleepy and strange and so damn still. And I was okay with that. The diary showed. Up on the third night, I found it in the attic, tucked inside an old cedar chest behind a pile of moth-eaten quilts and books no one had touched in decades. It was leather-bound, cracked and dry, with a bronze clasp shaped like a serpent biting its own tail. No keyhole. No pages torn out. Nothing to suggest it had ever been used. At first glance, it was just an old, forgotten journal. But it had my name carved into the inside cover. Not written, carved, Jacob Ward. I never carved my name into anything like that. Hell, I never used journals. I was more the type to forget what I'd done yesterday, let alone try to record it. But there it was, in my handwriting, exactly how I used to sign my name in high school, sharp, slanted, a little dramatic. I laughed it off, figured maybe I had visited this place when I was younger, left it behind without remembering. Maybe Aunt Martha had kept it for some reason. Weird, but not impossible. I put it on the knitstand and went to bed. Didn't think about it again. Until the morning. I woke up groggy, my mouth dry from the heat and the too sweet bourbon I'd finished off around midnight. When I reached for my phone, I saw the diary sitting there on the knitstand opened. I knew I hadn't opened it. I was sure of that. But the cover was peeled back and a fresh entry was scrawled in tight, hurried ink across the yellowed page. June 5. I heard them again last night. Behind the walls. They whisper when the lights go out. Pretend you're asleep. Don't breathe too loud. There was a signature at the bottom. Jacob Ward. The exact way I signed my name. My skin crawled. My breath came short. I slammed the thing shut and shoved it in the dresser drawer. Maybe I had written it last night, sleepwalking, or drunk. Or both. Maybe I was more messed up than I thought. I spent the day convincing myself it was nothing. Took a walk around the property. Watched cicadas scream in the trees. Fed the stray cats my aunt used to keep around for mice. Tried to write something on my laptop, but everything came out wrong, jumbled. The next morning, there was another entry. June 6th. Don't go into the cellar. The smell down there isn't mold, it's breath. Old and wet and angry. They know your name now. Again, signed Jacob Ward. I hadn't touched the drawer. I hadn't even opened the damn thing. But the diary was back on the knitstand, wide open like it wanted me to read it. The handwriting was identical. My loops, my slant, my pressure. Didn't write it. I know I didn't. The cellar had always been padlocked. I'd assumed it was where Aunt Martha kept old canned goods or just locked it to keep raccoons out. Now I started wondering if I should take a look, just to prove it was all nonsense. Just to break the spell, I found bolt cutters in the shed. Out back, the lock snapped clean. The door opened with a moan like it was in pain. The air down there was thick and wet and smelled like something long buried and pulled up into the heat. Not death exactly, but close enough to make my stomach flip. The cellar was empty, mostly, except for the far wall where someone had scratched hundreds of names into the stone. Some old, some recent, all in the same script. My handwriting. My name appeared over a dozen times. That night, I drank until the shadows blurred. I didn't sleep. I sat up with a knife in my lap, staring at the diary on the table across the room. Waiting for it to move. It didn't. But the next morning, it was open again. New entry, June 7th. You shouldn't have gone down there. Now they're awake. The one in the walls is hungry. The one behind the glass watches. Don't look in the mirror too long. I checked every mirror in the house. Nothing unusual. Except when I looked long enough, really looked, I noticed something behind me in the reflection. Not a person. A shape. A stretch of shadow that didn't belong, flickering like heat waves off asphalt. When I turned, nothing was there. But I felt watched. I felt touched. That night, I covered the mirrors with old towels, taped them shut. The diary kept writing itself. Each morning, a new warning. A new fear. I tried burning it. The fire went out. I tried burying it in the woods. Woke up with dirt under my fingernails and the diary back on my pillow. I even tried drowning it in the creek, held it under until I couldn't hold my breath, but it was bone dry when I returned. Still open. Still waiting. June 8th. It wants your face. It wants to wear you like a coat. Don't fall asleep. If you do, you'll wake up outside. I stopped sleeping. Started hearing things. The whispering behind the drywall. Breathing. From the heating vents, even though the unit was broken. Things skittered behind the baseboards, things with hands, not feet. And sometimes I'd find muddy footprints in the hallway, prints that matched mine exactly. Just reversed. One night I saw myself standing in the yard, through the window. Just standing. Wearing my clothes, holding the diary. It didn't move when I shouted. It only tilted its head slowly, like a curious dog. Then it grinned, and its teeth were wrong. Too many. Too sharp. I locked every door, nailed the windows shut, slept with the knife again. Duke wouldn't come near me when I called him. He barked. From the woods, but never came back. I called my mom. Told her everything. She didn't sound surprised. You found it, she said. It found you. She told me Aunt Martha kept it locked away for a reason, that it came from her grandmother, that every generation had one who it chose, someone with cracks in the soul, someone it could wear down, one entry at a time. I begged her to come get me. She hung up. The diary is writing faster now. Entries appear even in the middle of the day. Sometimes I watch it happen, ink bleeding out of the page like veins, spelling out words I haven't thought yet. Sometimes I wake up with ink on my hands. June 12th. Stop pretending you aren't part of it. You don't read this diary. You are this diary. June 13th. He's almost done carving. When he finishes, you'll both switch places. He'll wear your name. You'll live in the page. I haven't looked in a mirror in days. I don't think I'm me anymore. Not completely. My voice sounds like paper when I talk. My skin itches from the inside. And last night I saw another entry start to form before my eyes. I watched my hand move. I didn't tell it to. I don't know who's writing this anymore. But I know one thing. Tomorrow morning, when the diary opens again, it's going to have a new entry and the name at the bottom won't be Jacob Ward, because I won't be here anymore. Not in this world. Just. In the pages, waiting for the next one to open it. It was the eyes that got me. Glossy black, slightly dulled from age, but still gleaming enough to reflect the late afternoon sun slanting through the cluttered window. The taxidermy shop was just off the main drag in Kingsville, tucked between a shuttered feed store and an old coin laundry that hadn't seen suds in a decade. The town itself felt like a place where time had given up halfway through the job heat-warped signs, yellowed windows, sun-cracked pavement. It was the kind of place where people disappeared into their routines, or sometimes just disappeared altogether. I'd come down from Corpus to clear my head after a bad breakup and a worse year. Stayed in a month-to-month rental on the edge of town, near the dry riverbed where cicadas shrieked like banshees all damn night. I didn't mind. I was used to silence. What I wasn't used to was the way that damn crow followed me. The shop was called Elias & Sons, Taxidermy and Curios, but I never saw any sons. Just Elias, a bent old man with leathery skin and a voice like gravel in a paper bag. He spoke in a half-whisper, even when no one was around. When I asked how long he'd been in business, he just smiled, yellow teeth flashing beneath a thin mustache, and said, "Longer than you've been breathing." It was morbid curiosity that made me walk in. The shop smelled like mothballs and something meatier underneath preserved things, animal skins and bones and varnish. It was cluttered, the walls packed with deer heads, bobcats, armadillos with dust in their eye sockets. But it was the crow that held my attention. It sat on a shelf above a narrow doorway leading to the back of the shop. Black feathers stretched, wings folded neatly to its sides. The detail was astonishing, each plume so carefully preserved, each claw positioned just so. And the eyes, shiny, smooth, almost wet. They didn't look dead. They didn't look fake. Elias caught me staring. "Good find, that one," he muttered. "Shot out near Baffin Bay in '87. Took me 3 weeks to get the eyes right." I nodded. "How much?" He raised a wiry eyebrow. "You want to buy it?" "Yeah," he shrugged. "Suit yourself." I paid $40 cash and took it home, in a grocery bag with "thank you" printed in red across the plastic. It felt too light, like I was carrying a lie. The place I was staying was a one-bedroom shack with crooked floors and a water heater that hissed like a rattlesnake. I set the crow on the dresser near the window. Its wings caught the light at just the right angle to give off the illusion of movement, like it was about to lift off and take flight. I told myself I liked it because it was quiet, still, a contrast to the noise in my head. The first night, I caught myself glancing at it every time I changed clothes. No big deal. Just the way the eyes were mounted, I figured. I'd seen paintings like that, optical illusions. Turn your head and they seemed to follow. But on the second night, I could have sworn it blinked just once. Quick. A twitch more than anything. Was getting undressed, pulling my shirt over my head, when I caught motion out of the corner of my eye. I turned, half laughing, expecting to see nothing. But those eyes, they looked different. Like they knew something. I didn't sleep much that night. By the third day, I was keeping towels draped over it. I told myself it was temporary, just until I got used to it. But something about the room felt wrong when the crow wasn't covered. Like it was waiting. Then came the dreams. In them, I stood in a field under a black sky, staring up at a tree full of birds. Hundreds of them. All crows, silent, motionless. Then one would fall from the branch. Not flap or dive fall. It would plummet straight down and land at my feet with a thud. Each time, the eyes would be open, watching me. Blood would trickle from the beak. Sometimes I woke up with the sound of wings flapping, but the room was always still, until it wasn't. I remember the exact moment it changed. I was brushing my teeth when I saw something in the mirror. The crow, perched as usual on the dresser, had its head tilted just slightly to the left. I knew that. Wasn't how I'd left it. The towels had slipped, exposing its face. I turned around. The head was straight again. I stared for a full minute. It didn't move, didn't blink. Just sat there with those shiny eyes and that too clean plumage. I picked it up, hands sweating, heart pounding, and carried it to the trash bin behind the house. Dumped it in, slammed the lid, and dragged the can out to the curb. Done. Gone. I felt like I could breathe again, but it came back. Next morning, it was on the dresser. Same position, same eyes. Only now there was a faint smell in the room, like rot, like something that had died a long time ago and never been properly buried. I went back to the shop. Elias was there, polishing a deer skull with a rag that looked older than me. "You sold me a haunted bird," I said. He didn't even look up. "You took it. I didn't force your hand. It moved." He stopped, hands frozen mid-polish. "Did it speak yet?" That chilled me. "What?" He looked up, and there was something in his face I hadn't seen before. Fear. Real fear. When it speaks, don't listen. Doesn't matter what it says. Doesn't matter who it sounds like. You don't listen. I left. Drove out to the edge of town with the crow in a pillowcase. I planned to dump it in the river. I stopped the car near an old bridge and walked down the embankment, the bag swinging like a pendulum in my hand. Halfway to the water, I heard it. A voice, muffled. It said my name. I froze. The air went cold. I looked down at the bag and felt something shift inside. I hurled it into the river and ran. Never looked back. That night, the dresser was empty. For the first time in days, I slept. But the dreams returned. Only this time, there was a man in the field, standing beneath the tree, watching me from a distance. He didn't speak, didn't move, but his head was tilted just like the crow's had been. I woke up to scratching at the window. I didn't look. I packed a bag the next morning and left Kingsville. I don't know what Elias put in that bird, or if it was even really dead to begin with. I just know it watched me, judged me, waited for something. Sometimes, late at night, I hear wings again. In the walls, above the ceiling. In the silence, between heartbeats. And once, just once, I saw something perched on a power line outside my new apartment. Black feathers, glossy eyes, watching me. Waiting. It started with a flannel shirt at a roadside junk store just outside Alice, Texas. One of those places you only find by accident. Sun-bleached open sign barely hanging on the door, one window boarded up, and a half-torn paper notice taped to the glass with handwriting that read, "Cash only, no returns." No BS in angry black marker. The kind of shop where everything feels a little too quiet, like the things inside are listening. The shirt was folded neatly on top of a stack of dusty Levi's, red and black plaid, soft to the touch like it had been worn 100 times but never mistreated. Looked vintage but not threadbare. I didn't need it. Didn't want it, really, but it felt familiar. Not like I'd seen it before, more like something I had forgotten and suddenly remembered all at once. I picked it up and held it close to my face, and that's when I caught the smell. Rot. Not strong at first, just a hint. Like the scent of meat that had been left out too long, or something wet and organic buried under floorboards. But I figured it had been in the shop too long. Maybe kept in a garage or a box with some mildew. It was $5. I took it home. My place sits a little outside town, in the dry stretch of land where the mesquite starts to take over and the wind sounds like whispers moving through dead leaves. I'd moved there a year earlier after my dad passed and left. The house to me It was never really a home, just a place that always smelled faintly of old tobacco and insulation. And the walls creaked like they still remembered every fight my parents ever had. That first night, I threw the flannel in the washer, hot water, heavy cycle. I even added extra detergent and vinegar like my grandma used to do for musty clothes. When it came out, I sniffed it again. Still there, that smell. A little stronger now, deeper and sweeter. Like something decomposing. I washed it 4 more times. Bleach on the 3rd try. Baking soda on the 4th. It made no difference, and I still kept it. I don't know why. Something about it made me uneasy, sure, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. I left it on a hanger in the laundry room. Told myself I'd deal with it later. But by the 2nd day, I started seeing flies, just one at first. Then another. Big, black-bodied things. Not the kind that drift lazily around a window. These were angry. Quick. They buzzed like they were looking for something. I'd kill one and find another a few minutes later. I checked everywhere, no. Food left out, no dead animals in the walls. Nothing in the vents, nothing under the sink. They always showed up near the shirt dot by the 3rd night. I woke up to a sound like rustling paper. I turned on the lamp and saw 3 flies crawling on the ceiling directly above my bed. They were just sitting there, wings twitching like they were watching me. The shirt was still hanging in the laundry room. I went in and stood there for a long time just staring at it. It hung perfectly still, but the air around it was heavy, thick with that sickly stench. My stomach turned. I reached out and touched it. It was cold. Damp, like skin. I tossed it in a trash bag, double layered. And threw it in the garbage bin outside. Slammed the lid, wiped my hands on my jeans, and went back inside. But the next morning, it was hanging on the back of my bedroom door. Dry. Folded. No trash bag in sight. And now the flies were worse. I found them in the sink, in the fridge, crawling. Under the seams of the front door. I used every spray I could find, every trap, every chemical. Nothing worked. I started hearing things. Voices, not words exactly. Just muttering. Whispers at the edge of sleep. I'd wake up at night with the blankets kicked off and sweat clinging to my skin. The shirt still hanging on the door, casting a long shadow in the moonlight. I swear to God it looked longer than it should have. The sleeves seemed to stretch. One night, I dreamed of being buried alive. I could feel the weight of the earth pressing down, could smell the rot and soil. Something was lying beside me in the dark. Breathing. Just barely. I woke up gagging. And when I sat up, the shirt was on my chest, like it had been tucked around. I tore it off and ran outside, grabbed the fire pit, and doused the whole thing in lighter fluid. It didn't burn right away. The flames crawled across the fabric like they didn't want to catch, but eventually the fire took. I watched it until there was nothing left but blackened buttons and a puddle of melted wax. Where the threads used to be. No more flies that night. No more voices. No more smell. Until a week later, I came home from work and found a box on the porch. No return address. No shipping label. Just a plain brown package sealed with packing tape. Inside was the shirt, not burned. Not even singed. It smelled worse now. Wet, raw, like a freezer full of old meat left open in the summer. And the tag inside the collar had changed. It used to say, Townsman made in USA. Now it had one word written in block letters. Jacob. That was my brother's name. Jacob died 17 years ago. He was 16. Car accident just outside Falfurrias. Rolled the truck into a ditch. They said his body was pinned under the dash for 3 hours before anyone found him. He was wearing a red flannel shirt when it happened. I hadn't thought about that shirt in years. But this was the same one. I called my mother the next day. She hadn't kept it. said they buried it with him, though the casket had been closed. Too much damage to the body. I went out to the cemetery that afternoon, out by St. Joseph's, where the grass never grows right and the gravestones lean, like they're trying to fall in. Jacob's headstone was cracked, fresh, like something had struck it or crawled out from underneath. I don't know what the shirt is or what it wants, but I haven't been able to get rid of it. Every time I throw it out, burn it, bury it, it comes back, and the flies are worse now. Big, thick-bodied. They hum like they're speaking. They gather near the door, near the windows. They stare. Last night, I found a trail of them leading to the bedroom. And there, laid out perfectly on the bed, was the shirt, sleeves spread. Buttons opened out waiting. It's hanging in the closet now. I don't go near it, but I hear it. I hear the fabric rustling when no wind is blowing. I see shadows move behind the door even when it's shut. I don't sleep much anymore. The smell is inside me now. I can taste it in my throat. I catch it. On my skin, in the sweat behind my ears. I don't know if it's just a shirt anymore. Maybe it never was. Maybe it's Jacob. Maybe it's what's left of him, or maybe it's something else. Something that wore him like clothes. If you ever see that flannel red and black plaid, too soft for its age, smelling like old flesh, leave it. Don't touch it. Don't buy it. Because once it chooses you, it never leaves, and neither do the flies. I found the glasses in a box of junk at a yard sale on the outskirts of Van Alstyne. It was one of those Texas afternoons thick with heat and dust, where the air feels like it's pressing down on you. The house was a weather-warped 2-story, sitting on land that looked forgotten grass high enough to hide copperheads and porchwood bleached to bone white. The owner was dead, the woman told me, her father-in-law. She was clearing the place out before the city condemned it. Most of the stuff was junk-rusted tools, cracked china, a photo album stained with time. But I found the glasses near the bottom of a shoebox filled with old pens and receipts. Round lenses, gold-rimmed, heavy in the hand. Prescription thick as Coke bottles. They were clean, which was strange, considering everything else had a layer of dust like it had sat untouched. Since the Reagan era. You want those? The woman asked, eyeing me with a mix of amusement and something else. Hesitation, maybe, I shrugged. They look kind of cool. She didn't say anything for a moment. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, he wore them till the end. Never took them off, not even in bed. I paid her $5 and left. Back at my rental, a squat brick house off Main Street, I set the glasses on my kitchen counter and forgot about them for a while. I worked nights at a print shop in Sherman and slept most days. But a few days later, during one of those long, dragging afternoons where the walls start to breathe, I put them on. Everything shifted. The room was the same couch, fan crooked, blinds letting in stripes of light, but it felt off brighter and darker at the same time. The air felt charged, like a thunderstorm was about to crack the world open. And hanging from the ceiling fan, slowly rotating, was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 10. White dress, dirty around the hem. Bare feet swinging gently, with the motion of the fan. Her head tilted unnaturally to the left, eyes open and cloudy. Her mouth was slack. The rope around her neck creaked every few seconds as the fan turned. I tore the glasses off. She was gone. I stood there for a long time, breathing hard, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. Maybe some optical illusion, a trick of the lenses. I left the glasses on the counter and didn't touch them. For 2 days, but curiosity always wins. Always. The second time I wore them, I was outside, sitting on my porch just after sunset. I slipped them on like I was testing fate, half hoping, half dreading what I'd see. It didn't take long. Across the street, Standing at the edge of the neighbor's hedges was a man in a Civil War uniform. What was left of one, anyway? His face was half gone, black and slick with rot, one eye dangling low. His chest was open like a window into ribs and dark meat. He looked at me and smiled, though I couldn't tell how. Since half his jaw was missing, I yanked the glasses off. Gone. I knew what they were then. Not a trick. Not a dream. They let me see the dead. The next few weeks became a blur of dread and obsession. I wore the glasses only when I thought I was ready, but you're never ready. They were everywhere. In the grocery store, pale and wet, crawling up the produce aisle on elbows and stumps. At the gas station, behind the counter, a boy, with burn scars like melted plastic all over his face. In the diner downtown, a woman sat at every booth, same woman, over and over slitting her wrists again and again with a butter knife, only to reset every time I blinked. Some were silent. Some looked at me and screamed, though I couldn't hear it. Some tried to move closer. Some wept, but they all had one thing in common. They knew I could see them. One night, I made the mistake of wearing the glasses to bed. I woke up around 3:30 a.m. to movement. The glasses were still on my face, and the room was full. Bodies. Dozens of them. Hanging, crawling, standing, weeping, slithering. A man pressed his face an inch from mine, teeth clicking like dry corn. A woman sat on my chest, fingers bent backwards, her neck moving like she was chewing air. One of them had no eyes, just holes that wept black fluid. They didn't vanish when I sat up. Didn't blink out like before. I ran to the bathroom, tried to rip the glasses off. They wouldn't come off. The arms were bent, stuck tight around my ears like they'd grown into the skin. I clawed at them, tore the flesh open, but they didn't budge. The glass shimmered, with something warm, almost organic. I tried breaking them in the mirror, slamming my face into the sink, but the lenses didn't crack. My forehead did. I blacked out on the tile. When I woke, the glasses were gone. Just gone. No blood on my ears. No bruises. Like it had never happened. But I kept seeing them. Without the glasses, dot and reflections, dot and dreams, dot and shadows, dot first, I thought. Maybe the glasses had left something behind. Like once you see them, really see them, they don't go away. Like they start showing you things too. Maybe it's mutual. Maybe they see through you as well. I went back to that house hoping to find the woman. Hoping she'd take them back, tell me there was some ritual, something to stop it. But the place was empty. Not just empty, abandoned. The mailbox gone. The grass grown so high the house was nearly swallowed. When I checked with the neighbors, the man next door said that house had been empty for years. Said no one had lived there since old Mr. Walther died. Said he died wearing his glasses, face down on the floor, eyes cooked in his head like eggs sunny side up. He was buried with them. Asked if anyone ever dug up the grave. The man looked at me long and hard and sighed, "No, son, but I think maybe someone dug out." I don't wear sunglasses anymore. I don't look in mirrors, but every now and then, when the light hits just right, I catch a glimpse of the little girl, of the soldier, of the man with corn-clicking teeth. There, not reflections. They're waiting, and I think they want me to see more. I found the camcorder at an estate sale just off Highway 111 in the flat, slow-stretching town of Edna, Texas. The house was the kind that didn't feel abandoned, but forgotten, like someone had left in a hurry and time had crept in after them. The air inside smelled like stale coffee and dried flowers, and the woman running the sale looked like she'd been living on caffeine and grief for the better part of a year. The camcorder was buried in a milk crate full of remote controls, tangled chargers, and broken VHS tapes with sun-faded labels. It was one of those chunky Sony Handycam models from the early 2000s, with dust caked around the lens and tape residue on the handle. The price tag said $3. When I picked it up, the woman behind the card table didn't even glance up from her newspaper. I asked if it worked. She just shrugged. Don't know. Belonged to my brother. Died last fall. Always filming crap. Trees, squirrels, himself sleepwalking, I think. Her voice cracked a little on the last part, and I let the silence take over. Paid the $3, gave a polite nod, and left. I didn't think about it again until later that night when I sat alone in my living room, rain hammering the tin roof of my little one-story house on County Road 326. I wasn't expecting it to work. The battery was long dead. I plugged it into the wall with a universal charger, just curious to see what was on the internal tape. I figured maybe I'd get a few seconds of old birthday parties or awkward backyard cookouts. But when it finally powered on, the screen didn't show static dot, it showed my bedroom. I blinked at it for a moment, confused. The view was shaky, handheld. Filmed from the hallway just outside my door, the shot angled through the crack in the frame. The room was dark, lit only by the red glow of the alarm clock beside my bed, and there I was lying in bed, sound asleep. Paused the footage, took a breath. Played it again. It wasn't some similar bedroom. The scratch in the drywall near the doorframe was there. The sag in the mattress, the plaid blanket I'd had since college, even the dirty laundry in the corner that I'd meant to get to. It was my room. Last night, the timestamp on the corner of the screen confirmed it. 2:44 a.m. I fast-forwarded. Camera slowly moved forward, inching through the door like it was trying not to wake me. The creak of the hinges was loud in the mic, but I didn't stir. I just breathed slowly, deeply. Whoever held the camera stepped into the room. The floor groaned under their weight. They stood over me. Just stood there, filming me sleep for 13 minutes. The breathing on the footage wasn't mine. It was faster, wetter, like someone with a cold breathing through their nose. I yanked the charger from the wall. The camcorder screen went black. For maybe an hour I sat there, trying to convince myself it was a prank. Maybe one of my buddies from work had gotten in, messed around. But that made no sense. I lived alone. My doors were always locked. I had a deadbolt and a rusted screen door that screamed like a banshee when opened. I would have heard it. I checked the locks anyway. Both still latched. I slept with the lights on. The next day, I drove to the little pawn shop off Main Street and asked the guy behind the counter if he could transfer the footage to a USB drive. He gave me a weird look but said sure, it'd take about an hour. I told him I'd be back when I returned. He looked pale, said nothing when he handed me the drive. Hey, he said as I reached for it. You filmed this around here? Yeah, I lied. Just screwing around, he nodded slowly. But something in his eyes said he didn't believe me. At home, I plugged the drive into my laptop and watched the footage again. This time, I noticed more. The way the camera shook like whoever was holding it was trembling. The way it panned to the corner of the room, where the closet door stood slightly ajar and the faint shape of a hand just barely visible inside the shadows. A small hand. It moved, just a twitch. I rewound, paused, zoomed in. The footage was grainy, but I swear to God, there were fingers curling around the edge of the closet door. My closet was empty when I checked it. No footprints. No signs of forced entry. Nothing. Just my hanging clothes, my worn boots, a collapsed box full of old photo albums. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had stood in that room with me. Something small, watching. I didn't touch the camcorder again until the following night. When it turned itself on, I'd left it in the hall closet, unplugged. No battery. No power source, but I heard it. That soft electronic click followed by the whir of the tape. I found it sitting on the living room floor, lens pointed at the front door. The screen was lit up, recording me. I backed away slowly, heart pounding so hard I could taste metal. The door behind me creaked open. I spun, but no one was there. Just the hall, dark and still. I stood there, trying to breathe, trying not to scream, until the camcorder made another sound, a child's voice, crackling through the tiny speaker. "He's watching you." I kicked it across the room. The lens shattered, but it didn't stop recording. Every night after that, it turned itself on. Always filming. Always pointing toward my bedroom, my hallway, the closet. Always capturing things I didn't see. A shadow darting across the corner. Figure standing behind me while I brushed my teeth. A pale face in the window, inches from the glass. Just before the screen went black. The last straw was the footage I found yesterday. I didn't record it. I didn't see it happen, but when I checked the USB drive, without plugging the camcorder in, there was new footage. Me, sitting on the couch, wide, face pale, and next to me, the closet door open. Something crawling out. Something with limbs too long, skin too loose, and a mouth that never closed. It stared at me. Smiled. And whispered a word. Home. I've tried to destroy it. Hammer, fire, acid. Doesn't matter. It's always back. Always recording. And now, I don't sleep. I can't. Because every time I close my eyes, I see that smile. That whisper. That pale hand reaching for the closet door. And I know somehow that I wasn't the first person to own that camcorder, and I won't be the last. I moved into the old ranch house just outside Fort Stockton because it was cheap and far from people. 2 things I needed after the divorce. The place sat on 30 acres of sun-blasted West Texas scrubland, surrounded by rusted fencing and endless empty distance. The nearest neighbor was a half-hour's drive down a dirt road that looked like it hadn't seen a car since Carter was president. That was fine with me. I didn't want company. I didn't want anything but quiet. The house had been sitting vacant for years when I bought it. The bank was practically giving it away. I should have asked more questions. Should have looked harder at the dusty corners and the way the floorboards bowed in strange places. But I was in no mood to be picky. After everything with Marlene, after losing the kids, I just wanted space to breathe. A place where I could sit with my thoughts and let the desert take some of the weight. It was my second night there when I noticed the boots. They were in the mudroom, by the back door, an old pair of men's work boots, scuffed but clean, polished. Like someone had just brushed them. I didn't own boots like that. I figured maybe they belonged to the last owner, left behind when they moved out. It wasn't uncommon. The place still had a few boxes of junk in the attic. I thought about tossing them but decided to leave them be. Something about the way they were placed neatly side by side, toes facing the door, felt deliberate. Like they were waiting. The first muddy prints showed up the next morning. I stepped out of the bedroom and nearly slipped. There they were, 2 brown, wet footprints on the hardwood floor just outside my door. Boot prints. Same tread pattern as the ones in the mudroom. They trailed down the hallway toward the back of the house, growing fainter as they reached the kitchen. Like the mud had dried mid-step, I checked the locks. Every door was shut and bolted. The windows were closed. No signs of forced entry. I told myself it had to be some kind of prank. Maybe some local kids broke in, found the boots, and thought they'd mess with the new guy. I wiped the prints up and let it go. But the next morning, there were more. This time, the trail started at the mudroom, looped through the living room, and ended again right outside my bedroom. The boots hadn't moved. Still clean, still standing. Where I left them. No mud on the sawless. Nothing on the rug they sat on. but somehow they'd left a path behind them. A path that always stopped just short of the bed. I stopped sleeping well after that, kept a bat beside me, slept with the light on. I even set up an old security camera in the hallway, the kind that links to your phone. I was sure I'd catch something, a raccoon, a neighbor, some drifter looking to scare me off. What I got was worse. The feed was clear at first, just me in bed, tossing and turning. But around 3:12 a.m., the camera glitched, just for a second. A brief flash of static. When the image returned, the boots were gone from the mudroom. And then half a minute later, they appeared in the hallway. Not walking, not being carried, just there. One frame they weren't. The next, they were. By morning, the boots were back in the mudroom, clean, as if they'd never moved. I showed the footage to the sheriff in town. Old man named Harris. He watched it with squinted eyes and a mouth pressed into a line so tight it could have split his face. When it ended, he turned to me and said, "I wouldn't spend too many nights out there alone." That was all. No investigation, no curiosity, just a warning. It got worse. The footprints started changing. Some nights, they were dry. Other nights, they were caked with thick, dark sludge that smelled like rot. One night, they were reddish, not quite blood, but close. They began reaching further into the kitchen, the bathroom. Once, I found them circling the bed. Just one tight ring of muddy ovals, as if someone had walked slowly around me while I slept. I stopped sleeping after that. The house got colder. The floors creaked even when I wasn't moving. I began hearing the faint scrape of boots at night heel. Dragging, toe tapping. Not often, just enough. A rhythmic sound that moved through the hallway and always stopped outside my bedroom. One night, I worked up the nerve to wait. I sat in the dark, lights off, camera on. I watched the feed from my phone, staring at the hallway view until my eyes hurt. At 3:13 a.m. It glitched again. And when the image cleared, the boots were gone from the frame. I looked up from the phone. They were in my room, not standing, not worn by anyone. Just sitting on the floor, side by side, 2 feet from the bed. They weren't clean anymore. They were soaked. Thick black mud clung to the soles and sides. The laces were dripping, and the air stank like standing water. I didn't move, couldn't. The boots stayed there until sunrise. When I finally blinked and looked again, they were back in the mudroom, clean, dry, waiting. I tried to leave that morning. Packed a bag, tossed it in the truck. Drove halfway to Midland before the road turned to static. I don't mean the radio, I mean the road. One second I was heading east on 10. The next, everything outside the windshield fuzzed into gray. Like TV static, but real. I stopped the truck, rubbed my eyes. When I looked again, I was back in front of the ranch house. I hadn't turned, hadn't stopped, but I was back. That night I burned the boots, took them out behind the shed, doused them in gasoline, lit them up. They screamed, not like a person. Not with a voice, but the air vibrated. My ears filled with a high, shrill whistle that turned into a low groan. The fire didn't smell like leather. It smelled like meat. Charred, wet meat. They were gone by morning. No ash, no scorch marks, nothing. And yet, that night, the prints returned. This time, they weren't muddy. They were bloody, deep red, thick, sticky. I could smell iron in the air. The trail was wider now, like the feet inside the boots had grown or weren't human anymore. The toe prints were sharper, clawed. They didn't stop at the bed this time. They went under it. I left the house again, walked into town, sat at the diner until my coffee went cold. The waitress, a young girl with tired eyes, saw the look on my face and said, "They got you too?" I didn't answer. She brought me another coffee, said nothing else. That was 2 weeks ago. I don't sleep anymore. The house breathes at night. The boots are gone, but I hear them. Each step, each creak of the boards. Every night, the prints change, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep enough to crack the wood. Sometimes they climb the walls. Last night, I woke up with the sheets wet. Not sweat, mud. Cold, thick, stinking mud dot, and on the pillow beside me pressed into the fabric was a boot print. The bed was empty, but something had been there. Something with weight. Something that watched me sleep. Something that's still watching, because the prints are getting closer. And tonight, there's no space left between the bed and the last step. I found it in a cardboard box beneath a stack of old yearbooks during cleanup week at El Campo High. The classroom had belonged to Mr. Henry Delaney, former English teacher, retired 2 years ago after nearly 4 decades of rambling monologues about Melville and Poe. When he left, he didn't take much with him. A few paperbacks, a snow globe from Quebec, and this box forgotten in the back of a supply closet with dust an inch thick on the lid. I was the one who volunteered to clean the room. Not out of charity, just wanted the extra hours on my paycheck. I teach junior history, and the budget barely covers gas from Ganado. So when the vice principal asked for help prepping the room for a new hire, I jumped at it. It was late afternoon. When I opened the box, the halls had emptied, the last of the after-school buses groaning off into the hazy warmth of a South Texas spring. The sun through the window stretched long and orange across the tile. The box smelled like mildew and old paper. Inside were yellowed worksheets, cracked cassette tapes labeled Lecture 1997, and at the bottom, something odd, a small, triangular piece of wood with a glass circle in its center. A Ouija planchet. It wasn't plastic like the cheap ones you get at novelty stores. This one was carved from cherry wood, the edges darkened from use, the surface smooth and warm like it had been handled too often. The center hole, the part you're supposed to read the letters through, was fitted with a round piece of glass slightly chipped. It smelled faintly of lavender and something sharp beneath it. Old sweat maybe, or blood. No board, just the planchette. I stared at it for a long minute, then set it on the teacher's desk while I packed up the rest of the junk. When I turned back, it had moved, not by much. Just an inch or two from where I'd placed it, but it had definitely shifted. I was alone in the room. No breeze, no vibration, no reason. I told myself I was tired. That maybe I'd set it down carelessly. That maybe gravity had done its thing on the slightly slanted desk. I left it where it was and headed home. That night, I dreamed of dirt. Heavy, black, wet soil pressing down on me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I heard faint tapping above me, like fingernails on wood. Then the whispering started. Voices from far below. A chorus of broken lungs and lost tongues. When I woke up, my mouth was full of grit. I spat black specks into the sink and told myself it was a nosebleed. Dried blood. Maybe I bit my lip in my sleep. The next day, I went back to the classroom. The planchette was still there, sitting on the desk where I'd left it. Only now it wasn't in the center. It had moved again, further to the right, sitting squarely over a sheet of blank printer paper I'd left there while sorting books. And there, beneath the glass lens and careful block letters, it spelled one word. Below. I don't know what came over me. I laughed at first. A weird, nervous laugh that didn't sound like me. I even looked around the empty room, half expecting a student or janitor to pop out and admit it was a prank. But no one was there. I stared at the word for a long time, then picked up the planchette. It was heavier than I remembered. The wood had gone darker, the grain more pronounced, like it had soaked up something. I wiped the desk clean and set the thing aside, but the next morning, the word was there again, dot below dot, same paper, same spot, same angle, like it had never been erased. That night, I had the dream again. This time I wasn't buried, but crawling on. My stomach through a narrow earthen tunnel, my fingernails packed with mud. Something whispered ahead of me. Something weeping. I followed the voice, heart pounding in my ears. I woke up in my driveway, curled in the dirt beside the garden hose. My hands were filthy. My knees were scraped raw. There was gravel under my tongue. The following week I tried everything to get rid of the damn thing. I locked it in a drawer. Burned sage. Said a prayer, hell. I even asked Father Melendez from St. Paul's to bless the room. He sprinkled some holy water and made a joke about bored students summoning the devil. I didn't laugh, but every day, like clockwork, the planchette moved back to the desk dot below dot. It was relentless. One afternoon, after the final bell, I stayed behind to test it. I set up a camera, an old camcorder from the AV room, and pointed it at the desk. Hit record. Locked the door. Took the only key with me. The next morning, I found the camcorder smashed. Split in half like someone had taken a sledgehammer to it. The tape inside had melted into black plastic sludge. The planchette sat untouched, but the paper beneath it now had more than just one word. It read, "Below. Come. Help." I stared at it for so long, I didn't hear the janitor come in. When he saw what I was looking at, he stopped cold. "That thing's still here?" he muttered. I turned to him. "You know about this?" He nodded slowly. "Used to see it all the time when Delaney taught here. Said it helped him write. Swore it whispered ideas to him. Said it came from a student, some girl who died." "Who?" "Didn't say, just called her the Mouth." The name sent a chill down my back. I did some digging that night. Went through yearbooks, old newspaper clippings, school board archives. Took me hours, but I found it. 1992. A girl named Mary Ellen Chase, senior. Bright, quiet, wrote poetry. Hung herself in the school's boiler room. No note, no warning. They found her weeks later when a janitor traced the smell. She was hanging from a pipe, her tongue missing. Torn out. The article mentioned rumors that she'd been bullied, that people made fun of how she talked, that she'd tried to curse the school before she died. The next morning, I brought a crowbar to school. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I kept hearing the word in my head. Below. I went to the boiler room. No cameras down there. Just a flickering light and the smell of copper and mold. I pried open a rusted grate near the floor. Beneath it was a crawl space, tight, dark, lined with brick and spider webs. And further in, something white. Bones. A small pile. Human, wrapped in an old school sweater. The skull still had hair. And beneath the rib cage, inside the hollow cavity, sat a small glass box. Inside it was a shriveled, blackened piece of flesh. A tongue. And beside it, a second planchette. Identical to the one on the desk. I backed out slowly. Sealed the grate. Didn't speak a word to anyone. That night, I tried to burn the planchette again. Tossed it in a pit behind my house, doused it in lighter fluid, and lit it. It screamed. The wood shrieked like a dying animal. Not crackling. Screaming. Fire danced green. The air turned to ash. I fell backward and hit my head. When I came to, the fire was out. The planchette sat at the edge of the pit. Unburned. The next morning. The message had changed. She's waiting. She's hungry. Below. Now I dream of her mouth. Gaping. Tongueless. Teeth sharpened to nubs. She whispers. To me, though she has no tongue. She whispers names. Mine was first. Yours is next. I bought the rag doll from a man standing in the parking lot of a shuttered gas station just south of Borger, Texas. The sign above the station was half gone, the letters dangling like broken teeth, and the pumps were wrapped in faded caution tape that flapped in the panhandle wind. He had no table, no booth, just a cardboard box at his feet, full of rusted tools, buck knives, cracked glass insulators, and that doll tucked right in the middle like it didn't belong there, but didn't want to be far either. The man had skin like old leather and eyes like oil on water, shiny, dark, and always shifting. He didn't say much, just nodded when I pointed at the doll and muttered, "That one came from the old prison out by Phillips." His voice was dry, with a paw, slight whistle in the throat, like something had burrowed into his lungs and never left. Death row block. Pre-1950. It was about 10 inches tall, made of stitched canvas, stained and yellowed from years of neglect. The fabric was stiff, like it had been wet and dried hard. It wore a little dress-faded red gingham, and where the face should have been, someone had stitched 2 button eyes, one black, one cloudy white. There was no mouth, just a line of jagged thread where lips might have been, as if sewn shut. The arms hung limp, barely stuffed. Something about it reminded me of a corpse, and I didn't like the thought that came right after. Not a child's doll. A prisoner's dot. It reeked of sulfur, not strong at first. Just a faint, nose-wrinkling stench, like a match that had burned out and lingered too long. But when I picked it up, the smell bloomed. It hit the back of my throat and made my stomach twist. I almost dropped it right there. "How much?" I asked out of some impulse I couldn't explain. $10, he said. Then added, "Won't refund, didn't ask." "Keep it away from fire," he said as I walked away. "And don't let it touch your skin too long. It remembers." I didn't turn around. Just tossed the doll in the back seat and drove. The 30 minutes home through dry hills and long stretches of flat, baking land. Borger's like that: dust, oil rigs, and silence. I lived in a house on the edge of town, near an abandoned well site. Quiet enough to hear the wind howl at night, and sometimes the coyotes dot as soon as I got home. My dog Boone, a 6-year-old black lab, started growling. Not barking, growling. A low, almost mechanical rumble deep in his chest. His ears flattened, tail stiff. I hadn't even taken the doll out of the car yet. I tried to soothe him, but he backed away, lip curling. When I opened the back door, the sulfur stench spilled out and hit me like a hot slap. It had gotten worse, stronger, the kind of smell you associate with something dead and chemical. I wrapped the doll in an old t-shirt and took it inside, figuring I'd clean it up and maybe display it with the rest of my collection of Texas oddities murderabilia. Antique toys, things with history. Dark stuff, sure, but I always kept a line. This doll crossed it. I left it on the counter and stepped out to grab the mail. I was gone 5 minutes tops. When I came back, Boone had pissed on the floor and was cowering in the hallway, tail between. His legs whimpering. The doll hadn't moved, but the room felt wrong, like it wasn't mine anymore. Like someone else had walked in while I was out and hadn't left. The air was thick, heavy. I opened all the windows, lit a candle. Didn't help. I tried cleaning it. Laid it on a towel, used a soft cloth and warm water. The smell didn't go away. In fact, the water turned yellow, almost brown immediately, sticky like sap. I threw the towel away and washed my hands twice. Still smelled it. That night, I couldn't sleep. Boone stayed outside, refusing to come into the house. I left the doll in the laundry room, door closed, but around 2 a.m., I heard a sound, a thump, followed by another dot like footsteps, not heavy, soft. Shuffling, like someone dragging a bad leg. I turned on every light in the house and found nothing. But the laundry room door was wide open. and the doll was gone. I found it sitting on the kitchen counter, its legs dangling over the edge. One hand raised like it had been about to wave. I threw it in a shoebox, sealed the lid with duct tape, and stuffed it in the crawl space under the porch. I told myself it was just sleep deprivation, a mix of too many horror documentaries and the smell messing with my brain. That night, Boone started scratching the door to be let back in. I opened it relieved, but the moment he crossed the threshold, he stopped cold, let out a whine, then a bark, and turned, bolting out into the yard like his tail was on fire. The smell was back, stronger than ever. I checked the crawl space the next morning. The box was gone. In its place was a scorch mark, a perfect outline of the doll burned into the plywood. And in the middle, where its chest would be, something had melted the wood slightly, like acid had sat there too long. I stared at it until my knees felt weak, then crawled back out and called the man who sold it to me. Number was disconnected. No surprise. I drove back to the gas station. The lot was empty. No trace of the man. I asked around at the diner up the road. The cashier said nobody had sold anything there in years. Said that place burned down in the 80s and was never rebuilt. When I asked her to clarify, she just looked at me like I was slow. Sir, that place has been a ruin for decades. Ain't nobody had a sale there. You okay? I left without answering. That night, the smell turned wet, like burning hair and damp. Sulfur. I could feel it coating my lungs. I started hearing whispers around 3, low, rhythmic. A chant, almost. Never loud, never clear. Just there. I didn't sleep. Didn't dare. And the doll was back, on my bed, its arms outstretched. Tried burning it. Took it out to the fire pit in the yard. Doused it in lighter fluid. Watched the match spark and drop. It didn't burn. The flames curled around it. Refused to touch it. The rag, the thread, the buttons, all of it remained pristine. But the smell got worse. The grass around the pit wilted. Boone howled from the far end of the yard like he was being flayed. That night I dreamed of bars, steel bars, cracked concrete walls, a cell that stank of sweat and piss and time. The doll was there on the bunk, and I was not alone. There was a man. Tall, gaunt, with eyes the color of ash and teeth filed to sharp points. His mouth didn't move, but I could hear him. It ain't the doll. It's what crawled inside it when he died. It's what he fed in. That cell. What answered when nobody else did. I woke up with blood on my pillow. My nose, my ears, the corner of my eyes. The doll sat on my chest. I moved out the next day. Left the house. Left Borger. Didn't pack a thing. Just took Boone, got in the truck and drove. I don't care if I never see that town again, but 3 nights ago, in a motel in Lubbock, I smelled it. Sulfur. Just faint. Just enough to curl the back of my throat and make me gag. Boone won't leave the truck anymore. Think it's coming. I think it never burned, and now it remembers me. It was the kind of summer that clung to your skin like wet linen, thick with humidity and the low drone of cicadas that never seemed to stop. Huntsville sat quiet that time of year, the college students gone, the tourists long fled, and the heat laying over the town like a sweaty quilt. I just moved into a house near Avenue M, an old craftsman-style rental with peeling green paint and a yard full of fire ant mounds. I didn't ask for much. Just space, quiet, somewhere to catch my breath after Houston kicked the last of my teeth in. I was 34, divorced and fresh off a job loss I didn't see coming. The house was cheap, too cheap, and the landlord, a pale man with a limp and a weird smile, barely made eye contact when I signed the lease. He handed me 1 key and 1 warning. "Don't throw out the mat," he said, gesturing toward the front porch. It stays. I glanced down at it, faded dirt-stained with the word welcome stitched in curling red thread that looked more like blood than dye. I laughed and asked if it was some kind of antique. He didn't laugh back, just said, "You'll see." The first night was uneventful. I set up a mattress in the living room and fell asleep to the soft creak of the ceiling fan. I didn't even unpack. But sometime around 3 a.m., I jolted awake. There was a sound, faint, high-pitched, and deeply unnatural. A baby crying, but not loudly. Not from inside the house. It was muffled, like it was happening far away, or beneath something. I got up, checked the window. No one outside. Just moonlight on the overgrown lawn and the hulking shadow of the pecan tree that leaned toward the porch like it was eavesdropping. The crying faded. I chalked it up to exhaustion. Maybe a cat. Maybe a neighbor's TV. But it happened again that next night. This time, I was awake to hear it exactly when it began, right when I opened the front door to smoke. My foot stepped onto the mat, and there it was, a baby's cry. Soft, distorted, like it was coming from beneath the porch or behind a wall. I froze, pulled my foot off the mat. The sound stopped. I stepped on it again. It cried again. Didn't sleep after that. I spent the rest of the night pacing, going back and forth between thinking I was losing my mind and thinking maybe it was some kind of weird speaker embedded in the wood. Maybe a prank. The next morning, I peeled the mat back. Nothing underneath. Just weathered floorboards and an old nail sticking out like a fang. I checked for wires, sensors, anything that could explain it. Found nothing. That afternoon, I went to the local hardware store and asked the clerk, an old guy in overalls named Hank, if he'd ever heard of a mat that made noise when you stepped on it. Like a squeaky toy? He asked. No, like a baby crying. He went real quiet. Then he said, "What house you renting?" I told him. "The green one with the stone chimney on Avenue M." He nodded slowly, like that explained everything. "You keep hearing it?" "Every night." He leaned forward, voice low. "Don't step on it. Don't talk to it. Don't answer it." That last part made my skin crawl. "What do you mean, answer it?" But he just shook his head and turned away. That night, I avoided the front door. Still, I heard it, 3:04 a.m. like clockwork. A baby's cry, long and shuddery, but this time it didn't stop when I ignored it. It got louder. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, barefoot, avoiding the mat entirely. I searched under the porch, around the side of the house, even in the crawl space. Nothing. But when I stood back up, something had changed. The mat was gone. In its place was a small square of bare wood, and lying on it, neatly folded, was a dirty, white baby blanket, spotted with something brown encrusted. I didn't touch it. I slept with the lights on. By the next morning, the mat was back in its place, like it had never moved. Except now, the word welcome looked darker. Fresher. Redder. I called the landlord. Asked if anyone else had reported weird noises. He paused for a long time, then said, "You didn't answer it, did you?" I told him no. He sighed, then hung up. No explanation. No advice. Things escalated quickly after that. The mat didn't just whine when stepped on anymore. It wailed, screamed. One night, I made the mistake of cursing at it. "Shut the fuck up." I yelled, loud enough to make the window rattle. And from beneath the floorboards, something replied. It wasn't words. Not exactly. Just a gurgle, wet, mewling, hungry. I started sleeping in my truck, but I couldn't stay away for long. My stuff was still inside. I still had to shower, eat, pretend I was holding it together. I moved the mat to the shed out back, buried it under a tarp and bricks, and still, the crying came. Now it came from the walls. From inside my closet. From under my bed. One night, I heard it coming from the ceiling. I climbed into the attic and found drag marks in the insulation, tiny handprints in the dust, and the sound clear as a bell of something sucking its fingers. Then came the dreams. Always the same. I'm kneeling in a shallow grave, cradling a bundled baby in my arms, but its face is sewn shut. No eyes, no mouth, just skin stretched tight over a round skull. And yet it cries. When I try to run, I can't move. When I try to scream, it laughs. It's not a baby. It never was. I started digging. Town records, newspapers, everything I could find. Turns out the house was owned by a woman named Cora Mallory. In the 1950s, she ran a daycare out of the home. 7 children disappeared. In her care, she was never charged. Died before the case went to trial, neighbors claimed. They'd seen her burying dolls in the yard. Said she used to walk around cradling a stuffed animal and whispering lullabies to it long after the kids vanished. Some say she believed the children lived inside the toys. One article mentioned a quote from her diary. The mat keeps them quiet, but only if it's fed. I left the next morning. Didn't pack, didn't clean. Just walked out, got in my truck, and drove. But I took one last look back at the porch. The mat was still there. Now, the letters looked fresh. And beneath it, I swear, something moved. A lump. Squirming. Whimpering. I don't sleep much these days. Because sometimes, when it's quiet enough, I still hear the soft cry of a baby. And I know it's waiting for someone to step on it again. It started in late October, when the air over Burnett turned dry and sour and the wind began to carry the smell of brittle leaves and dying things. I had come back to clean out the old house after Aunt May passed, an obligation, not homecoming. I hadn't seen her in 5 years, not since the last family reunion, and even then she sat mostly in silence, listening to the wind and muttering to herself about keeping the gate shut, and the voices in the walls. Everyone figured dementia had set in. She was pushing 80 and had lived in that old Victorian at the edge of town alone for too long. The house sat half swallowed by oak trees, their limbs like skeletal fingers clawing across the roof. It had been a Methodist manse once, long ago back, when the nearby church was more than just a rotting husk with a crumbling steeple and pigeons nesting in the belfry. The locals whispered stories about it, but I had never paid much attention. In Burnett, everything had a story. Most of them weren't true. The inside of the house smelled like time. Thick layers of dust, paper, dried lavender, and something else faint but acrid, like mold and copper. I went through it methodically, boxing up old photo albums, kitchenware, faded clothes from the 60s. It wasn't until the 3rd day that I found the tapes. They were inside a cedar chest at the back of Aunt May's bedroom closet. 12 of them in total. Unlabeled black cassettes, no cases, no markings except a piece of old masking tape on the box lid with faded Sharpie scrawled across it, "Choir Keep." I figured they were church recordings. Aunt May had been a choir leader back in the day, first at the old Methodist church, then at some offshoot congregation that never quite got off the ground. She used to drag me there as a kid. I remember the singing. I remember hating it. All those old hymns in too low keys, sung too slow by tired voices. Still, I was curious. I found an old cassette player in the attic, one of those chunky silver ones with the yellowed buttons. It worked, surprisingly. I popped in the first tape. And yeah, it was choir music. But it wasn't the sort of Sunday morning stuff I remembered. Voices were wrong. Too low. Too breathy. It was like the tape had been slowed down, but when I checked the machine, the playback speed was normal. There were harmonies, but they didn't follow any scale I knew. Dissonant. Wailing. Like the singers were trying to stay in key and losing their grip on reality. One note at a time, the tape ended with static. I put in the second one. Same thing. But now the voices were louder, and there were faint noises underneath the music. Wet sounds, whispers too faint to catch. Something thudding now and then, like a foot tapping in the background. The third tape stopped me cold. About halfway through the track, the choir broke off suddenly. Silence for about 5 seconds. Then a voice whispered, "He watches." When the doors open, I turned the tape off. I remember sitting there in May's room, staring at the player, heart beating a little too fast, trying to explain it. Maybe it was just one of the singers talking and it got picked up. Maybe she had recorded over some sermon. It was just noise. Just weird noise, but the house felt different after that. Like someone was listening. I left the room. Got some air. Drank half a bottle of flat Coke I found in the fridge. I thought about tossing the tapes. I didn't. Instead that night, I listened to more. By the 7th tape, I couldn't stop. It was like being pulled under by a current you couldn't fight. Every tape got darker. The harmonies unraveled, voices cracking and moaning instead of singing. I began to hear gasping, painful, ragged, inhuman. There were sections where it sounded like the singers weren't singing anymore, just screaming. Wordless, mournful screaming. Tape 10 was blank. Just static. Until the end, then a soft voice whispered, "Remin." I froze. No one in Burnett called me that. Family used my full name when they were mad. Everyone else just said Ray. The whisper was so quiet I had to rewind 3 times to make sure I heard it right. But it was there, clear as breath against a microphone. My name. I didn't sleep that night. The house creaked and sighed around me like it was stretching in its skin. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard distant singing, faint, fractured, like it was coming from beneath the floorboards. I started hearing little rhythmic thumps in the hallway after midnight, like feet pacing back and forth. The next day I searched the whole house for a speaker, a radio, anything. I thought maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I was stressed. Maybe grief does strange things. I played the 11th tape. This one didn't even pretend to be music. It began with silence, then the sound of someone breathing slow, heavy. Then, a single line whispered by a man's voice that chilled my bones. He sings in the attic now. He waits in the walls. The tape ended with the sound of something dragging across the floor, like a nail across old wood. I didn't play the 12th tape right away. I carried it around with me all day in my pocket. I'd pull it out, stare at it, feel the weight of it like it meant something more than plastic and rusted tape. That night, the air turned cold. The wind picked up, and someone knocked on the attic door. Not the front door, not the back. The attic door. 3 knocks, slow, deliberate. I sat in the dark, frozen, my body not answering to my brain. I stared at the ceiling where the attic entrance was. Dust shifted slightly in the beam of the hallway light. I didn't go near it. The knocking never came again. I slept with the lights on. The next morning, I put the final tape in the player. I didn't know why. Maybe I had to. Maybe I needed to finish it, like it was a story that only made sense at the end. It started with silence. 10, maybe 15 seconds of pure dead air. Then breathing. Ragged. Close. Like someone right next to the microphone. Then came the whisper, "Remin." A pause. Longer breathing. Then, closer, so close it made my ears ring. "You remember the song?" "You always did." I pressed stop. My hands were shaking. I rewound it. Played it again. Same thing. The voice was my father's. He'd been dead 15 years. Buried out behind the same church these tapes came from. That night I dreamed of the choir. They were all there in the sanctuary, faceless, hunched figures in rotting robes, swaying and moaning, singing that fractured, broken song in a language I didn't know. And behind them, in the pulpit, stood Aunt May. But she wasn't old anymore. She was young. beautiful, but her eyes were pure black, and her mouth was far too wide, and she opened her arms and whispered, "Come home, Remen, sing with us." I woke up screaming. The attic door was open. I don't remember opening it. I don't remember walking up there. But when I came to, I was sitting on the attic floor, the 12th tape still playing in the recorder beside me on loop, and I was humming. That same melody. The one I didn't know I knew. I burned the tapes the next morning. Every last one, or I tried. They didn't catch it first. The fire flickered, choked on the plastic. But eventually they began to melt, twisting and curling in the flames. I thought it was over. I left Burnett the next day. But last night, back in my apartment, I woke up at 2:13 a.m. to the sound of a choir. Not loud. Faint. Distant dot coming from the air vent. And over it, barely audible, I swear I heard her voice again. "Remen, your part is coming. I don't know what I've brought with me. I don't know if it's in me now, but I've started humming, and I can't stop." The house on Elm Street in Beeville, Texas had been empty for 3 years before I moved in. Not abandoned exactly, just hollowed out by tragedy and left to rot in the heat like a peach bruised in the sun. Folks in town didn't say much about it. They just sort of grimaced and changed the subject if you brought it up, which of course made me want it more. I was looking for something quiet. I'd spent a decade working in Houston as a forensic sketch artist, which meant I'd spent a decade looking into the eyes of people who had seen terrible things. I'd drawn too many monsters made of flesh and blood and too many faces of the missing that would never be found. After the divorce and the bottle and the final leave of absence that turned into a full resignation, I figured it was time to get away. I needed silence, stillness, maybe even peace. What I got was the wind chime. It came with the house. The realtor, a woman named Linda who talked too fast and smoked too much, told me the previous owners had left in a hurry. Took their furniture, their clothes, even their dishes, she said, but left that old chime like it was nailed to the soul of the place. It wasn't outside where you'd expect a wind chime to be. It hung in the center of the living room, right where the light from the grimy ceiling fan hit it just so. Copper tubes, long and curved like arthritic fingers, hung from a rusted metal frame shaped like a starburst. It didn't swing, didn't move. Just hung there like a threat. I thought about taking it down. First night, I even brought a chair over and tried, but the hook wouldn't budge. Not with my hands, not with a screwdriver, not with pliers. It was like it had grown out of the ceiling. I gave up, figured it was a weird piece of local art, and left it alone. That night, it rang. Not just a note or two like it had caught a breeze. It played a melody, clear, sweet, and cold as breath on a mirror. I woke to the sound of it at 3:12 a.m. on the dot. Ring around the rosy, slowly, deliberately. No wind, no open windows. The fan wasn't on. There was nothing moving in the house, not even the air in my lungs. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, every hair on my arm standing up, and listened to the chime sing that old nursery rhyme like it was summoning something. When it finished, it went dead silent. The kind of silence that presses in, makes your ears ring. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I told myself it was a dream. Auditory hallucinations are common in the early stages of sleep deprivation. I'd read that. Told myself it was just my nerves, still wound tight from years of stress and trauma. But I noticed something strange that day. The floor beneath the chime was warm, not just a little. It was several degrees warmer than the rest of the hardwood floor. I took a laser thermometer and checked it. The reading came back at 102.4 degrees Fahrenheit. The rest of the house was sitting comfortably at 75. That night, the chime rang again, 3:12 a.m., ring around the rosy. Note for note, dot, and then came the whispers. They weren't loud, not at first. Just a soft murmur, like someone praying behind a closed door. I got out of bed and walked toward the living room in the dark, barefoot on creaking wood. As I got closer, I heard the words more clearly. We all fall down. That last line whispered just as the tune ended. My blood felt thick, heavy. I turned on every light in the house. Nothing there. Just the chime, still, silent again. Watching me. I tried to leave the next morning. Packed a bag, loaded my old truck, and pulled out of the driveway. Made it 3 miles before I saw the little girl. She was standing in the middle of the road. Pale skin, blonde hair, dirty blue dress with a torn hem. Her eyes were wrong, not black, not empty, just wrong. Like they were too big, too still. I slammed on the brakes, hard in my throat, and jumped out. She was gone, nowhere. Not in the bushes. Not in the fields. No footprints in the gravel. Just the faint smell of ash in the hot wind. When I got home, the chime was spinning, spinning. Not swinging, it spun slowly in place. Each copper tube rotating around the center like a clock counting down. It didn't play the song that night, but I heard humming. From the attic. I didn't even know the house had an attic. The entrance was a warped wooden panel in the hallway ceiling. I pulled it down, expecting dust and insulation. What I got was a ladder that extended itself, smooth and silent, like it was happy to be touched again. I climbed out. The attic was small, crouch-sized, and lined with old floral wallpaper, browned, and curling with age. And in the center, directly above where the chime hung below, was a child's rocking chair. Still rocking. On the walls, someone had drawn pictures. Crayon sketches, little houses, trees, a swing set. A family of 4. Then the family of 3. Then 2. Then 1. The last drawing was of the wind chime, and under it, written in red, she rang the bell and they went away. That night, I slept in the truck, but even there, I heard the chime. At 3:12 a.m. on the dot. Distant, muffled by metal and glass, but still clear, still playing. Ring around the rosy. The next morning, the passenger door of the truck was open. My keys were gone. I found them on the floor beneath the chime. I started digging. Library archives. Town records. Talking to the oldest people I could find in Beeville who were still sharp enough to remember. Turns out, the house had once been a foster home in the 1950s. The woman who ran it was strict but fair. Then the children started disappearing. One at a time. No signs of forced entry, no blood, no bodies. Just gone, like they'd been scooped up in the night. The home shut down after 5 vanished. Rumors said the woman had gone mad, convinced a spirit in the house demanded sacrifice. She hanged herself in the living room. Beneath the chime, I called Linda, told her everything. She laughed nervously and said, "Well, you're the 6th person who's asked about that chime." I asked what happened to the others. She hung up. I don't sleep anymore. I can't. Not with what I've seen. Not with what I hear now. The song has changed. Still starts with Ring Around the Rosy, but sometimes it doesn't finish. Sometimes it plays backward. Sometimes I hear footsteps behind me as it rings. Child-sized. I've tried moving the chime. Tried cutting it down. It bleeds. Not blood. Exactly. But thick black tar that smells like burned sugar and old hair. The sound it makes when it drips onto the floorboards is like bones breaking underwater. Every morning, the temperature beneath it rises. Today it hit 117 degrees Fahrenheit. The pictures in the attic are changing too. There's one of me now. Sleeping. And standing beside the bed is the little girl in the blue dress, her mouth open wide, her tongue a bell clapper. I think I know what the chime is. Now it's not a toy, not an ornament. It's a bell, and something is ringing it from the inside, calling, summoning, marking time. It's not just a song. It's a countdown.